a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
Watch the matches with BO3.GG, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with BO3.GG.
Yo, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you gotta do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
The champion of champions.
Welcome back to the CCT podcast. We got a couple of things to break down for you. We got some post-player break tournament results. We got the current CCT rankings, and we got the results of the online finals number 2. Interview coming up as well.
Enjoy the interview with one of my favorite and incredibly handsome individuals, along with Taz. It's going to be a banger.
So lots of exciting topics. The absolute legend of the game, it is Taz.
Directly beside him, Taco work together, but they don't go at the same peak. Oh, Taz! The devil strikes, and Taz ties the game.
How's retirement been? Would you get back with the old VP squad?
Would our fans like to see this?
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become
The champion of champions.
Hello, ladies and gents, and welcome to the grand finals of CCT Central Europe Series 8. It's been a long slog. Series 8 finally here after beginning all the way in the remnants of last year, and we have two very exciting teams repping in the finals. BETBOOM versus Sinners. My name is Sneaky Beaky. I am still joined by the gorgeous Hayes, and I cannot wait to get into the final of today's action.
You're probably wondering why I always ask you to do the intro, Sneaky. It's just because I always get a compliment, mate. At this point, you've conditioned me. I just sit here waiting to be complimented, and it happens every time. The superlatives are on point, as is this grand final. Not enough superlatives to describe this one. BETBOOM versus Sinners. Oh man, I'm so excited. Neither of these teams have a CCT title behind them, and this is their last opportunity, Sneaky. There's no other CCT event in which they can get themselves a title after this one. Neither of these teams are competing in East Europe Series 4, and there are no more series hereafter. So this is it. This is the opportunity to get some silverware.
That is a scary, scary thing you've just said to me there, Hayes.
You didn't
No
think
more
you'd ever hear
CCT.
that, did you?
No, I thought we would have gone again, but no, we have a couple of online finals left, and this will allow one of these two teams a chance at qualifying for that online
Yes.
finals. Sinners a much better chance than BETBOOM. I don't know if BETBOOM can qualify even with a win. I would have to double check that. I'll get that news back to you in just a moment. But why not introduce the team that we have just seen take a victory? Let's introduce the boys over on BETBOOM. Let's say introduce the boys over on Sinners first. That is Shock, Beastick, Zedko, Quirtz, Oscar, and the coach in Tom Keys. Oscar, the most decorated player on this lineup, and one of the most decorated in history players on the server today. He's a man to look out for because he's been playing some pretty spicy Counter-Strike as of late.
Yeah, he's...
Oh, unfortunately, we lost you for a second there, Hayes. So, yes, to continue what you are, I'm sure, going to say, Oscar, the highest rated player on Sinners right now. He's been tearing up the server. In his more recent matches, I'm pretty sure he was the top fragger in their match against the likes of Nine Pandas. He certainly was against Monty and Ecstatic. Like, he is looking very, very strong in the server. And I can't wait to see what his supporting cast members are able to assist him with.
What I was going to say was he's actually one of my favorite AWPers to watch operate. He is so cerebral in terms of how he plays the game. He's got such a beautiful read and connection with Counter-Strike in general that he's just got that game sense, man, which a lot of players lack. He's 32 years old, but he still hits like an absolute beast. And I'm really looking forward to seeing him in this final. It's the first final in CCT that Sinners have actually featured. They've been as far as the semis before, but now they have gone the distance. Let's have a look at their opponents. BETBOOM, we saw them just before this game. They played up against ArcRed and they made light work of ArcRed as well. Nafany was the player that you probably highlight the most in terms of his individual level, but his calling was phenomenal in that series too. So let's bring BETBOOM up here and we can chat about their roster.
Yeah, there we go. As you mentioned, Nafany, a king of Anubis especially. He was great to watch. Chiron had great moments. Danist played so much better than he did in the quarterfinals as well. It was really impressive to see. But Zorta on Nuke, another player we need to highlight. I believe he finished with over a 2 KD. He was farming up on the server, and there was just nothing that ArcRed could do to stop him. Innershine, as I've alluded to, an experienced coach, formerly the FaZe Clan analyst, as Siren as well, also picking up the pieces in a lot of those clutch scenarios on the second map of the series. Everybody's showing up on BETBOOM, and if they keep that level of performance up, this is going to be one banger of a series. Also, to correct myself, Oscar did not top frag, but he has been very consistent for the past 3 maps they've played, always ending with a ridiculous and positive rating.
Yeah, that's just become synonymous with Oscar. Let's have a look at the veto. We can see which maps are going to get played here in this grand final. This is where you don't take any risks, no chances, nothing about getting a few reps on in a map that you're maybe not too familiar with. BETBOOM, Permaban, Inferno, that sticks. Sinners want nothing to do with Nuke, as is normal for them. Mirage picked up by BETBOOM. That's a pretty good map for Sinners as well. They're quite happy with that being picked into them. And you could say the exact same thing about Anubis in the reverse.
Yeah, so Anubis is actually a very strong pick for Sinners to be bringing on through. They played it 21 times in the past 3 months and have got a 76% win rate. No knocking them there. Mirage as well. They played it 14 times. They've won on 7 occasions. Mirage, I think, probably favouring BETBOOM ever so slightly. I mean, there's a reason they picked into it, of course, but they've got less reps and it's been a little up in the air. I mean, they lost it against Bait, if I remember correctly, but coming into Overpass as a decider, that is the best map for BETBOOM and a historic map for Sinners. It used to be one of their best when Oscar was first on this lineup. He was a just mesmerizing AWP to watch in the defense of that A bomb site. And I hope we get to see Oscar in prime form today. And I do hope we need to see 3 maps because I think this series deserves it, you know?
Absolutely. I also want to say, Overpass, don't get too swayed by the statistics from Sinners on Overpass. You look at HLTV, 18 times played at 39% win rate. They're better than that, and they have been better recently, winning on the 3 out of the past 4 occasions they've played the map. The only loss was to Monty, and that was a 13-11 loss in the ESL Challenger League, and Monty have been dominating lately, so Sinners will still be very comfortable.
They will indeed be very comfortable, and the good thing is that Sinners actually ended up beating Monty in that series, despite how close Overpass came. Now, as we gear ourselves up for this series. Mirage, of course, our first map here, and BETBOOM, they've got experience on it recently. They were able to beat Eyeballers 13-1 on Mirage before they let that slip to bait. So, depending on what BETBOOM we get on the server today, I mean, this should be a comfortable pick for them. Now, I have been informed that the game is live, so we will be heading into the server now, and I am very excited to see what both of these two teams can pick up and put down on our opener of Mirage. Here we are into Mirage. Shinna starting on the CT side of BETBOOM's map pick, as is customary. Will just be the USPs and a fuse kit and a smoke on Shock here. Everyone else opting for the Kevlar purchase. Nafany, he's decided that a smoke, a flash, and a drop P250 are the way to go, as Quirts completely overlooked his sandwich. Only good for the first kill, though. Danis, the swift trade, but Shock, Zedco. Oh my god, it's over. The pistol is over in a matter of seconds as soon as get off to a blinding and flashy start. P250 even retrieved as a little bonus for Shock there. As BETBOOM, yeah, they've definitely been struggling in their pistols today, but it's the conversion rounds that they have impressed in. And despite not getting a bomb plant here, they are going for the force buy, and they are looking to snatch away around from Sinners in what would be a rather large upset to begin our series here.
Here we go, into the pistol round. No, I've missed the pistol, okay.
It's okay, welcome back. It was a very fast pistol round for Sinners. As, yeah, BETBOOM now forcing up into the second. Flashbang over the top. Tech-9's raring and ready to go. The Beastie can Quirts with a perfect crossfire. And they are going to go 2 for 3. It is a 3 versus 2 right now. As Sorta, that's a banger of a headshot from the Deagle. A 1 versus 2, not easy, but technically doable. I mean, do you reckon he's got it in him here this early in the series?
Oh, absolutely. Zorte's being a beast. He's got a huge amount of time to play with as well. Smokes off market window. He's gone through that smoke, but Shock is so patient, man. Beautiful counter-strike coming through from Shock, not forcing the issue, and also offering so much respect there to Zorte. That's what you like to see. What a way for Sinners to begin their campaign here on BETBOOM's map pick. We saw BETBOOM play on this map against Bait yesterday, and they lost at 13-10, I want to say.
I will double check because I've made the mistake as well. It was a 13-10 indeed. Yeah,
okay.
It was BETBOOM's game to lose and they lost it.
They were up 8-4 in the half as well, Sneaky, after their T side. So it was their CT side that cost them so heavily. In complete contrast to what we saw the day before that when they played against Eyeballers. They started on the CT side, they went up 12-0. So we're not entirely sure what to make of that, you know. A bit of a mixed bag of results across from BETBOOM on this map recently.
Yeah, it's been interesting to say the least. As, ooh, Quirts and Zedco. Lovely farm up in middle. Oscar, a bit of extra cash towards T-Ramp.
Nice.
Very nice. BETBOOM, flattened. Sinners, mischievous. And Oscar, extra $600 to his name. Siren tapping away. Quirts somehow still alive. As Zedco dispatches of the last remaining T. And there we have it. 3-0 start for Sinners. And that is exactly how they were looking to open.
I'd say quite comfortably Arcred have been the best Eagle team in the playoffs so far here. Well, I say so far, but throughout the playoff bracket, they just have to have been the best Eagle team. So much impact out of those hand cannons from Arcred. So many rounds won that they had no business in winning. Unfortunately for BETBOOM, they can't channel that energy.
Yeah, it would have been nice. Especially if they could channel Mirage Ryujin right now. Because, my god, he was a demon on Catwalk. In the meantime, hurrying away from Catwalk, licked by flames as Kyron lifts the head straight off of Shock. Zedco right back in for a trade, though. Perfect timing, great spacing, lovely teamwork from Sinners. As BETBOOM still have an even scoreline in terms of the man advantages until Oscar does that. Sends Zorta and Dan is packing. And this is the Oscar I want to see early on. 8-1 he goes.
What a beautiful second kill coming through from the Czech sniper. Wonderful work. First frag, sure, that made sense, but the second one was just a timing shot while he was completely blind. There is still a way into the round here for BETBOOM, though. They do have full control of this B bomb site courtesy of Nafany, and Chiron's going to be able to get himself there safely as well. Decides against dropping the molly. That would give the information away, so they are going to have a window of opportunity here. Plant the bomb and get to some decent post-plant positions. Where does Chiron go? That's the big question. Sinners have to make a retake happen. They've got kits and utility as well.
Okay, this is a very unpredictable position from Nafany here. You very rarely have someone playing on the market side of window. He's got 3 targets. Blissfully unaware of his position. Nafany only good for 1 though. Chiron swings on in. Lovely trade, but Oscar's there as well. You never expect the 3rd man to be coming from the same position. And yeah, what a round from Oscar. That 2nd shot, as you said, a blinded banger. But blindsiding BETBOOM are Sinners yet again. That's 4 on the board now, including the opening gun round. Plant afforded, but I can't imagine much weaponry will be on the back of it.
Keep in mind, that was also an opening kill for BETBOOM in the round. Goes unconverted. As you mentioned, there is a bomb plant there, so they'll afford a full investment into this next round. The plant coupled with the round loss bonus affording them everything they need coming into this next one, but they need to get on the board now. They got 8 rounds against Bait on this half yesterday. They're going to want to, well, they'd love to emulate that, but that would require them winning all 8 rounds left here, and with how good Sinners are looking, I don't think that's going to happen. Sinners, their nerves will be settled now with the start that they've had.
Ooh, Siren. Settles a 7-6-2 round straight between the eyes. A shock there, though. Yeah, that's a pretty nice response there on the opener. But again, openers haven't necessarily been the problem. It's closing out the rounds. Something we talked about with Bad News Eagles yesterday. As Zedko has just appeared. He's just appeared in T-Spawn. Nafany none the wiser. Bomb is down on A though. And BETBOOM still an advantage for now. Not for much longer. Quirt's the double up. And BETBOOM just not looking anywhere near as clean as they were in our first series.
Oh man, such good work coming through from Sinners on the retake. As they're going to keep 3 players alive. Again, they lose the opening pick, but they still win the round, and handsomely at that as well. 5-0. BETBOOM are playing with pace and vigor, but Sinners are up to the challenge. I love the way that Quirtz plays in CT as well there, Sneaky. Sorry to interrupt you. I just think he's the key there. He was by himself in CT. He avoids the initial flash, but he spots the player falling back. He doesn't expect Danists on default, so the fact that he finds that player on default and the 2nd kill afterwards was just sublime.
No, I completely agree. I'm glad you added that in there, as BETBOOM now need to start adding some rounds to their tally. They've got another gun round to do it in here. Again, these bomb plants keeping them afloat. That's also what we saw out of Bad News Eagles. It's weirdly reminiscent of that series, with the exception of trading wild pistol round eco wins. But yeah, BETBOOM had a couple of them themselves in the semi-final of Anubis. Zedko just doesn't care. He just doesn't care what kind of weapons you're bringing into the party. He's already found the opener. Siren, leaping through fire and flame to thankfully find the trade, does at least leave us in 4v4 territory, but look at Shock, unaccounted for, ahead of CT, sneaks in behind the boxes, and Quirtz is now coming to support. This is perfect. Orta caught unexpectedly. Nafany only good for the single, but they do at least trade it back to a 2-on-2. Information gained onto Siren's position. They've got a smoke and a Molotov. The smoke is deployed, but Oscar caught off guard. Finally, maybe around for BETBOOM, but no, not yet. The Shock's still alive with a kit in hand.
No ways. Blood's gonna look to just stick the defuse in the smoke. He gets rattled though. The shots that connect force him off of it, but that's okay. Gets off the defuse, claims the kill, and will finish off what he started. What is the start from Sinners? We need to see a pause from BETBOOM. They've been playing with so much pace and it's looked good. They've gotten winnable positions, but they haven't been able to convert any of them into a point on the board. And that has to change soon. Sinners up to the task, man. These guys have pitched up in the grand final. And keep in mind, they came into this slightly colder than BETBOOM because they played their semi a bit earlier on. So it's not like they came into this all guns blazing, but they're certainly roaring right now.
I feel like I need a pause. This game has been so fast. We've been sitting here for less than 10 minutes, and we've played 6 rounds of Counter-Strike. Sinners just continually bodying BETBOOM. Azorta might have caught a timing here onto Zedko. He's trapped in towards middle, but still gets out alive and goes back to throw more util. Only 8 points of damage dealt with that frag grenade, but Siren looking to do significantly better. Lovely opening kill, but again, it's not the opening kills we're struggling with here. Can Quirtz deal with Siren now? He's popped up onto the window ledge. We'll have to wait and see, as in the meantime, the rest of the squad charge through connector. They're looking to end A, but Quirtz is looking to end them.
Yeah, smoked off though means he's not going to be able to have much impact unless he phases that smoke, and this A bomb site's looking frail. There we go. Finally, BETBOOM able to string it together off the back of the opening kill. They then transition into the bomb site, not even a single casualty. And look at the money for Sinners. Yeah, sure, they won 6 in a row, but they only have a single full buy in the tank, and you couldn't even say that for Beestick. I was just about to say, I think we need to see a change of pace from BETBOOM. They need to slow things down. They've just been all gas, no brakes throughout the map so far, and they keep up with that approach, and with good reason. They know their style, they know their strengths, and they make it work here in the 7th.
Yeah, Mirage, the more puggier affair of all the maps in the pool, evidently to BETBOOM's liking with the speed at which they're going for these, well, just wild rounds. In the meantime, though, Squirts looks to be an unknown entity as he slips away in towards underpass damage. Delta Wask is just a constant stream of bullets. Speaking of, Seiko's bullets will be the ones to open up the round. A swift trade from Nafany as Oscar now tries to peer above that smoke, but it's not going to work. Instead, oh, he's rotated the wrong way. He's rotating towards A. Instead, it's Quirts. Beestick left to deal the damage. And hold on a minute, maybe this is all a ruse. Beestick, lovely 1D onto Nafany, a double up on the Deagles by Carnage just continues. Carnage across the map, leaving Siren in a 1 versus 4. These rounds are just surreal. I don't feel like I'm even here yet.
Yeah, this is the fastest paced start to a game I may ever have seen, and it's in a grand final as well. Normally grand finals start off quite scratchy, everybody's nervous, you can see that there's mistakes that get made, but not today. These both teams are just butting heads, not showing signs.
They're not showing signs of slowing down in the slightest. As Nafany, I mean, he gets that singular frag, but that's all they write home about as Beestick sends 2 further players home in a ridiculous and cruel fashion. The one player in that round without a rifle picks up the sidearm, wields it like a cannon, and finally, we see another attack from BETBOOM here. As that was getting scary. Oscar 10 and 4, very scary indeed. And the rest of his team are on 7. Beestick making up for it as both the IGL and a Deagle extraordinaire, it seems, will at least be up against another buy from BETBOOM here. But I've never seen a grand final start with this level of pace before. But I still got you there, Hayes.
Yeah, I'm here, man. I'm so grateful for the pause because we can actually just catch our breath a little bit, man. What a scintillating start to the series we've had here on Mirage.
Oh, it's just immeasurable pace. It really has been. I feel like that's something we're going to constantly bring up from here on out. Thankfully, BETBOOM just slip a pause in there, realise that, damn, guys, we might need to reevaluate here. But not for long, as they're straight back out into middle. Oscar just bullying Kyron out of the middle. As, map control retained for Sinners, man advantage. And now, the fact that BETBOOM aren't even winning these opening fights is surely an indicator that they need to slow things down properly.
Yeah, that's the thing. They need to have another gear. You know, you can't just be trying to hammer home with this sort of pace every single round if it's getting shut down the way that it has been. We've seen Sinners do very well when they've lost the early man advantage. This time they've got the first pick. Can they convert it? Can they deny a bomb plant? That would be phenomenal as well. Forcing BETBOOM into eco territory. Zedko could be in some trouble. Swings off the back of a flash and Nafany's up to the task.
Yeah, great response by the IGL of BETBOOM here. He has been a top fragger all day and still leading the charge for his team right now as Beestick standing in the fire gets away with both. That's massive from Beestick again. A godlike defense of the B bomb site, but Nafany's still alive. Thrust into a 1 versus 2 though. This does make things rather complex. We'll be able to retrieve the bomb from the back of the apartments. That's bought so much time for the rotations to funnel in. Shock here and market his. These digits being punched. Decides to punch his ticket as he threads it through the market window. Smoke covers off Nafany for now, but they know he can't have gotten far from the bomb site.
Yeah, that smoke that's covering him is going to start to fade, which will leave him exposed to the sniper on Catwalk. He has tucked himself in behind the box. Oscar and Shock working in tandem. Nafany still out in the open. A second smoke going to be dropped here by Oscar. And that gives Nafany cover, but thankfully for Sinner's, Shock will still be able to track him down in the smoke there. I was a bit skeptical of that decision to deploy the smoke grenade from Oscar, but Sinners are still able to win the round anyway. 8-1. This is one of those games where you have a heavily one-sided scoreline, but it's not at all an accurate reflection of how close the game has been.
Excuse the misfire gasp there. I thought we changed camera angles to Nafany, and I thought Nafany had just won another 1v2. Little preemptive.
Well, that would have been a 1v4, actually.
That would have been, yeah, a 1v4. That would have been an ace clutch from Nafany, by the way. He killed everyone in that round for BETBOOM. His teammates really need to start lending a bit more support here. As Sinners 8-1 up. As you're rightly saying, it's not an indicative scoreline at all of how close this map has been. But this is BETBOOM's pick, and Siren finds an opening pick towards Beastic, finally dispatching the most damage-dealing B-Anchor I've seen in a while. Siren finds Quirts as well. This is just so fast. Pandemonium squared. It's just difficult to keep up with. But BETBOOM finally pulled their second over the line. Yeah, we talked about an 8-4 scoreline, Hayes, but the thing is, BETBOOM might well be on the receiving end of 4, rather than marching forward with 8, and that is a bit of a problem for them. They are still playing with incredible confidence, given the late stage of the half, and how badly they are down. I mean, Sinners, up until this point, had 8 times as many rounds as BETBOOM. That is not something you get to say very often, in general, let alone against a team of this caliber. There's Beastic and Quirts, the 2 casualties of this one. But 3 left alive, 8-2 is the scoreline. Sinners the favourites here, 1.33 to the 3.15. So the odds, according to 1xBet, in favour of the Czech side here. And if BETBOOM aren't careful, it will be checkmate. And losing a map in this fashion would likely be a bit of a sore spot for BETBOOM, especially going into the best map of Sinners as Anubis coming up next. Zedco opens up onto Danis there. A 5 versus 4 ensues. As BETBOOM again left limping at the start of a round. They were so good at finding the openers. That was their one golden ticket. And unfortunately, that golden ticket's been lost to the wind as Shock now looking to give Zedco a second win at the start of this round. Looking for another opening kill. Siren walks straight into his crosshairs, almost converting the 2-man spray. Nafany does come in from middle to assist, charging around. Bottom of the stairs, find Oscar swinging. Nafany will punish. The nade does not quite land. Shock taking a single point of damage as Nafany slips into the smoke. He's dancing around. The Nafany doing it all! The IGL for BETBOOM, the shining star. He's also in a bit of a sore spot. But that Molotov forces Quirts back for a moment longer, and as those digits are punched on in, will Sinners beat them with a sandwich? Chiron out-sandwiching the sandwich, beats out the crossfire. Beastic left in a 1 versus 3. The king of the B-bomb site so far, but can he do it on both sides of the map? The answer seemingly no, as he falls away to save. Grabs an AK for good measure, as BETBOOM finally grabbed themselves a 3rd round, and in the meantime shatter the economy of Sinners. It took them a long damn time to feel even somewhat comfortable, this Russian side.
Okay,
I don't think a 4-round deficit is particularly comfortable. And that's relying on them finding the next round as well. Welcome back, Hayes. You've been keeping me on my toes. Hayes, you still there? Well, that is unfortunate. I've lost him again. As thankfully, BETBOOM do not lose this round. Nafany, the hard carry. 10-8 right now. You don't normally put him as a top fragger for his teams. But let's just say I'm glad I held on to my Nafany holo, because the stocks of that surely going up after this performance with BETBOOM. Now BETBOOM booming their way onto this B-bomb site. Flash is raining on down. A plethora of util flying all over the minimap. It's so convoluted, but Beastic thriving under the pressure. Finds Zorta, such a stellar anchor, but Siren, a double opener to regain some control for BETBOOM here. Oscar stuck in a smoke, though legs spotted. That is very unfortunate, walking just a little too wide, leaving Zedko and Shock in the 2-on-4. A Deagle and a 5-7 to get this retake done against BETBOOM in the final round of the half. They've got to go for it clearly here. But it's looking incredibly unlikely. In fact, I'd call this an impossible task. Shock, unfortunately, not dealing very well with the element of surprise. And Zedko, all he can really go for here is damage. There is no chance of a round win. The Deag almost landing 2 shots, but Nafany instead closes the gap. Siren a 4K in that final round of the half, and that's exactly the remedy that BETBOOM need to at least garner some momentum going onto the CT side, even if it's not their favourite. Yeah, it was a little bit difficult to watch at times. They really were just letting rounds slip for free. As Sinners let 3 slip in a row towards the end of that half, is that going to come back to haunt them? I hope not, because honestly, the way Sinners played the start of this map, they deserve a medal, quite frankly. It was some of the best Counter-Strike I've seen on the CT side of Mirage in a long time. Dealing with BETBOOM, playing with that level of precision was fantastic, as Danist's precision, unfortunately, not in his name, as Zeko and Kyron start off this game.
Okay, well, pistol round going swimmingly for BETBOOM. 4 versus 2, and the players have been chipped down as well. No way for Sinners to find a plant from this position. And BETBOOM just going to sit and wait at this point, force Sinners to make that next move, which is exactly how you should play this. Not give up any unnecessary fights. And it should be a 5th round on the board here for a Russian team. And there we go, that's exactly what's going to happen. So they've continued that momentum from the end of the first half straight into the start of the second.
Okay, I'm glad you're actually back now, so I'm not talking to myself. That's good.
Yeah, sorry about that.
You.
I believe,
don't worry.
I think it was just a problem with my cable to the microphone. I've replaced that cable now, so hopefully that means I'm here to stay. I don't foresee any more problems.
I was going to say, I'm quite impressed that you have a spare microphone cable. I like to live life on the edge here. I've only got the one.
I've got to spare everything at this point, mate. With all the problems I've run into over the years, you've got to come up with contingency plans.
You got spare car batteries as well?
4 of them.
Oh, beautiful.
Running in series, baby. As we are running headfirst into this series. What a blistering start it's been so far. As we will slow down the pace with Sinners on the T side. They certainly won't be matching the pace we saw out of BETBOOM. That I can say with confidence.
Yeah, BETBOOM were just wilding. There's no other way to put it. They were just constantly peppering. As Sinners decide without a bomb plant not to go for a force buy in the second. Yeah, I mean, I respect this decision-making, even if BETBOOM did not. Sorta constantly on the jiggle here, looking for some eco-frags. A Shock in towards underpass right now. Not going to be the first man to find anything. He will go down, though. Oh, okay, Nafany. Not that he wasn't doing well enough already. Stat pads a little further. Beastic, can he at least find one here? Yes, he can. That was a saucy headshot. No bomb plant, though, because that's left on A. Maybe just a bit of extra cash. Nope, Dennis will deny. As Nafany, that was a lovely 3K spray down in underpass.
And that means BETBOOM have now drawn within 2 rounds. They were losing, I want to say, 8-1. Is that correct? Was it actually 8? It was.
It was 8-1. Yes, it was.
So that means 5 in a row here from BETBOOM. On their CT side, they've got the open play on Zorte, who's been next to anonymous so far in this grand final, which is a problem for Sinners because you can bet your top dollar he's going to come online, and that's going to make life even more difficult for the Czech Republic team.
Yeah, it's gone from Czech Republic to Banana Republic here. Pandemonium on the side of Sinners as they finally have a gun round to try and respond with. There is a lot of importance weighted on this opening gun round of the half. Beastic down towards the underpass here. Again, playing significantly slower than BETBOOM. And I'm not averse to that as long as they know when to pump the gas, not the brakes.
Yeah.
They're doing that already.
Well,
Need a bit of dynamism.
BETBOOM played without a brake. They're just driving their car with a clutch and an accelerator. And Sinners, well, they need to find that accelerator a bit later on in the round here. Around that minute mark left on the clock, there's no AWP in play for Oscar, but rifles outside of that, no problem. Utility aplenty as well. It's a slow crawl in towards middle coming through, and Chiron could be the first point of contention here towards Catwalk. Sinners have been able to gain some decent control, and for the moment, it's undetected. BETBOOM have no idea how many players have crept up connector, and now they start to realize what's going on. Shock activates at the perfect moment from ramp, and everything's falling into place for this T side.
That's such a lovely headshot from Shock there as Siren tries to thread his way through the murder hole, but unfortunately fails on the murdering part. And as said, this looks to be a hole-in-one for Sinners. The first gun round incredibly profitable. 4 players left alive in the meantime. As Chiron not even able to activate on his laser beam of an AUG. I've seen AUGs in real life. The Italian airport security use them as their standardized weapon. They are terrifying.
Are they smaller than... Are they like a smaller
rifle? So the scope
rifle?
is a lot smaller, but like they are hefty.
They shoot a 5.56 bullet, no?
Yeah, I think so. Instead of NATO
sure.
round. Yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it?
All right, well, I mean, they've certainly had a resurgence here in CS2. They've become a popular option. We've seen Chiron using it way more than he's used an M4 on the CT side. And it's not like it's a map-dependent thing either. We've seen him do it on Vertigo, Nuke, and Mirage now consistently. Sinners with the slow burn in the round works out very well for them. Making their way so far up connector completely undetected meant they were able to pounce all over that A-bomb site.
Yeah, and it really was a pouncing as well. Like a wildcat. Tucking themselves in tightly, preparing for the leap, and when they did leap, yeah, their prey stood no chance. BETBOOM completely overwhelmed towards A. Sin is just continually delivering painful blow after painful blow to this BETBOOM side when it matters most. What's the response going to be like here with a Deeg and MP9 supplementing the rifle buy? Now, Nafany has been sensational. I think he should stop being so modest. Nafany's top fragging for a reason with an almost 2 KD. He needs to take that rifle into his own hands here.
Top of the server, and as you say, always the guy to make sure that his teammates are well equipped. He'll settle for the Deagle or the lesser weapon. As we do see Sinners gravitating back in towards the safe bomb site, it's going to be a fairly unorthodox execute, a bit of a waterfall out of Palace perhaps. And they've got all of the utility in the world. They've only thrown a single piece of util so far in the round, or maybe they collected a few more pieces in spawn, but still, they've got everything they need here. But it's not going to be a massive exec, it's more just going to be a burst, a pop, if you will. Zedco out of ramp, 3 out of Palace, and in the meantime, Beastic's trying to take the attention in towards middle.
Yeah, Beastic peering on in is Shock. Gets aggressive. Zorta just doesn't prepare himself in time to respond to that initial opener. Nafany in the meantime, though, lapping up the flames. Zedco gets a freebie. Chiron has brought this into a 3 versus 2, though. I want to say contestable, but look at Chiron's health bar. Siren needs to double up here. There is no if, buts, or maybes about it. He does swing wide, though. Denies the plant, but unfortunately lapped up by Oscar, who's been very quiet recently, I might add. That might have been a round-winning conversion.
Oh, Chiron's crept his way into Sandwich here. He's hoping Oscar backs up into him. Chiron doesn't have a kit either, so time's certainly not on his side. That's why he's starting to make a move, and he's going to walk straight into Zedco's crosshair, and that will lock in the round for Sinners. Double digits gained in the process, and it's a beautifully worked round coming through from Sinners. Shock initially gets the double kill in the entry. You're going to see it here. And I just love the patience afterwards, Sneaky. They realize Nafany's under Palace, and look at Shock. He doesn't immediately drop down the ladder to try force the kill. They think, okay, we've got the molly. Let's just flush him out. Let's not take the head-on-head gunfight. That was a vital trade as well, and just a beautiful round out of the T side.
Yeah, Sinners mopping up nicely towards the end there. Perfect coverage of each other as always, as BETBOOM Well, they don't have much coverage left in terms of utility, weaponry, anything really. It's just a Deagle on Kyron, a PT-50 on Nafany, and Zolta's already taken damage. Beastic retreating away from the Besky P250. Well, dispatch of the opposition IGL fairly quickly. His blue counterpart. There's Danists. Okay, that is a very nice kill onto Shock, but the USP runs out of ammo, and Oscar runs out of patience. Siren,
Oof. Wow. That got a hell of a lot closer than it should have. 2 players left alive for Sinners on incredibly low health, but the point is on the board. 11-6, they're now just 2 rounds away from winning their opponent's map pick. USPs, yeah, getting so close, but unfortunately, can't get it across the line. Looking at the money, is there going to be an AWP in play? I think Siren's dropped an AWP for Zorte. That's going to be on the deck, so at least they will have the sniper rifle in play here. Let's see, maybe a bit of a change of pace from Sinners. Haven't played with too much pace on this T side so far. It's been calculated and methodical up until this point. A stark contrast from what we saw in the first half out of BETBOOM.
Oh, what is it with the pair of us today, eh? As Zedko starts off swiftly onto Zorta, but Danist overlooked, but not for long. Shock saving the life of his teammate as Danist gets the shock of the game. Nafany continues to bite on back. He's been such an important piece of the puzzle for BETBOOM, but Kyron removed. Siren will be on... Oh, okay, I tell a lie. He will be able to deny the bomb plant, but Nafany gets nothing else done. Oscar is forced off an elevated angle as Siren goes for a reposition through Murder Hole, but this has been read into perfectly by Beastic, and Beastic swats him away like a fly. 12-6 for Sinners, and BETBOOM might want to start reconsidering picking Mirage as their map.
Man, they've just been completely steamrolled here by Sinners so far, who now have 6 map points on their opponent's map pick. And look at the investment here for BETBOOM. It couldn't be more dire coming into such an important round. SMGs, a FAMAS. There will not be a single M4 in play here for the CT side. I tell a lie, there is but one on Kyron. What a key chance here for Sinners.
Kyron's got a third of the kills of his IGL when he's meant to be the star rifler, and finally, we see a glimmer of that as Quirt's dispatched off first in the round. 5v4 for BETBOOM as this aggressive mid-play worked against Bait. I'm surprised it's taken them so long to activate it as they upgrade now into 2 rifles, but Zedko trades back instantly and snatches that AK back.
Yeah, he knew he had to make a play from low as he didn't have the liberty of letting his teammates at top mid take the attention for him to creep his way out. And is he just going to phase straight through the smoke here? That could be insane. Kyron has an inkling that could be the case, but the timing was the worst it could have possibly been. There is still presence on the same bomb site though for the CT side. One of the players behind triple, but Zedko deals with him. And now it's only Nafany towards a ramp. And God, is he wishing he had the rifle right now.
As I said, Nafany needs to stop being so humble, as the Deagle will still deny the bomb plot, and maybe there's a glimmer of hope left. Jet Siren on the FAMAS tapping away, but Nafany is the one to finish the blow. Oscar will stop Nafany in his tracks though, as what an incredibly fast-paced game overall. And what a wild way for Sinners to be winning it. They find 13 first, and BETBOOM, we're nowhere even close. That was just dominance through and through from the Czech side as soon as they got guns in the second.
That was a 30-minute map, by the way, Sneaky. 30 minutes, and we played 19 rounds? That is insane. And that just speaks volumes to how fast-paced that first half was from BETBOOM. A stark contrast from what we saw from Sinners on their T side, but goodness, were they effective. And they're leading this grand final 1-0 right now. I mean, blink and you would have missed it. That's incredible how well Sinners were able to initially handle the pace out of BETBOOM and then throw it back at them in their own way on the T side.
I mean, this could be one of the fastest grand finals we ever see here if we continue on that pace, because it's not like it wasn't competitive. It was just every single round was the pace of a lightning, and we were just done before we'd really even gotten into the swing of things there. BETBOOM overwhelmed by the stalwart defense of Sinners, and Sinners, as I said, as soon as they picked up that upgraded weaponry on the second half, were just battering and bruising BETBOOM, who Sinners have clearly done their homework on. And yeah, coming on to Anubis now, the best map, the most played map for Sinners at 21, a 76% win rate. I'm quite nervous for BETBOOM here because they've played, what, 6 Anubises, 7 Anubises? And
they have played 7 Anubises, and
Yeah.
they've had decent results on the map, so it's not like they're going into a punish pick against them or anything like that, but it is outright Sinners' best map. And if we just saw Sinners do what they did on Mirage, then I guess BETBOOM are a little bit, concerned, I would say, going into Anubis.
And Quertz has never won a tournament either, so that's going to be a nice little adage to his time here on Sinners. Finally winning a tournament in the last ever CCT series, a tournament in which they have been regulars. But I am rambling now, Hayes. Let's throw this one to a quick break. We'll be back with you in about 5 to 10 minutes for our second map of this Grand Finals.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One expect.
Are you sick of just opening cases? Join the events. At each event, you can find special cases from which tokens fall. Tokens are your ticket into a world of unique awards. For tokens, you can buy a skin, premium, or special balance. Try your luck in the skin generator. Also, you can leave your tokens at the token vault. And the more tokens you keep, the better skin you'll get. Add variety to opening cases with Hellcase.
Watch the matches with BO3.GG, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with BO3.GG.
Well, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you gotta do is click here, select a mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
All right, hello everybody, welcome back you beautiful people. We are in the middle of the grand final of the CCT Central Europe Series 8, the last Central Europe Series of them all. It's been a hell of a journey. BETBOOM versus Sinners, and Sneaky, we could potentially be heading into the last map of the entire event.
I mean, if Sinners put up the same performance that they just did on Mirage, then BETBOOM are in some serious trouble, because Nafany is fragging out like a beast, but nobody else is really there to support him. I mean, looking at the scoreboard of that previous game, it was Nafany so clear of the rest of his team, with Siren on 16 behind Nafany's 20. Kyron had 7 kills, Zolta had 6 throughout that entire map, and Danis wasn't doing much better on 9. We're going to need to see so much more of a semblance of the BETBOOM team here if we want to stand a chance against a very looking informed Sinners.
And it's a big contrast from what we saw in the series before the start of BETBOOM, where they looked like such an astute unit against Arcraid. They ran over them 13-7 on both of the maps they played, of which one was Anubis. They started on that CT side. Just trying to remember what the halftime scoreline was. I think it was a 6-all scoreline against Arcraid on Anubis previously. Just going to confirm that quickly. And it was actually, scrap that, it was 8-4. 6-all was the map before that. 8-4 in favor of BETBOOM on their CT side. So they're going to have the choice of sides once again here coming into Anubis. And, well, their track record and history suggests that they'll start on the CT side again.
Yeah, and I was a little bit hesitant to give them the benefit of the doubt there. Like, the CT side is normally the worst side on Anubis. I bang on about this every single series now, and every single series I get slapped around the face with the knowledge that apparently everyone's CT-sided these days on what is still the most T-sided map in the pool. But I have been informed that we're about to head into that map now, where BETBOOM will have another chance to prove themselves on the sandy shores of the Nile. I'm incredibly excited. Let's get this one started.
Alright, here we go. Unsurprisingly, BETBOOM are dressed in blue here in the first half. Sinners in orange, and there's going to be numbers in towards middle from the CT side. Beastic's waiting for this, though. They run into his crosshair. He finds the first, a second potentially as well. Absolutely. What a way for Beastic to begin this T side. Shock elsewhere on the map is doing work. The A bomb site's been compromised, and BETBOOM, well, they're sprawling, but it's now only Chiron left remaining.
Yeah, this is the furthest that BETBOOM have ever gotten in an online event, by the way, making it to a grand finals. They otherwise finished dead last in every playoffs bracket they were invited to here in CCT. So it's already a nice change to see them in the finals, but it really does feel like we should be seeing them win one too, especially up against a team that's ranked 47th in the world to their 15th. And with their recent runs of success in other tournaments. Again, Nafany, a great caller, great fragger apparently as well. But Sinners in that pistol round lap up all the kills with ease, and, well, Beastic is quite the prominent pistolier, as we're coming to learn.
Yeah, absolutely. What a way for Sinners to begin here on this T side. If they can just continue the form from Mirage straight into this map, then BETBOOM are going to be in a lot of trouble. BETBOOM still looking for their first piece of silverware as an organization and a team. Sinners looking for their first CCT title. Quirt's looking for his first title as a player. A lot of firsts up for grabs here in this grand final. And you know what, honestly, I completely feel like Sinners deserve it. They've toiled so hard in these CCT events over the past 8-9 months. They've competed in a whole lot of them. The furthest they've gone is the semi-final. And all of that could be leading up to this point.
Yeah, it feels like Sinners constantly pipped to the post. Outside of regional tournaments, they haven't had all that much success, in all honesty, as Oscar, very successful for these opening 2 kills on the Mac 10, but actually gets tagged down pretty low, makes the intelligent decision to fall away, no need to give up any extra frags or even a weapon to this BETBOOM side. And Oscar's actually given that AK with the responsibility of saving it, as Quirt's looking to save a little bit of extra money. A long-range Mac 10 duel taken and won against 2 players. And yeah, this might be 2 rounds won in a row by Sinners flawlessly, allowing their bank balance to boom itself up.
Yeah, going to inflate their economy nicely as well, keeping these 5 players alive. And they're even hunting for Siren. And they will find him. So Sinners, that's ruthless, man. Even just hunting for USP players on the map right now. Not affording BETBOOM anybody staying alive. And it will be the first gun run for the CT side. There won't be a sniper in the server. It's going to be rifles across the board. Let's see how they're going to go about their business here coming into this all-important gun round. As for Sinners, how do they approach proceedings? They still have that Mac 10 and Galil in play. And Zedko says, mate, just palm that across to me. And Oscar says, say less.
In the meantime, I feel like Anubis was the only map that we ever saw AUGs in back in the end of CSGO. And I feel like with the AUG's rise in prominence comes CS2, Chiron has the perfect weapon for the job here on B. Nafany, in the meantime, he has been such a nightmare in middle. So many frags constantly against Darkred in the previous ordeal. As he's been the only player today just not to drop off at all. Nafany has been all systems go constantly, and I'm going to keep singing his praises because it is so much fun to watch. And look at him go again, outmaneuvering Quirts in mid.
Completely deserved praises. Zedko, gets caught on the fringe of the smoke. I don't know if Chiron spotted him or just went for a bit of a spam. Either way, doesn't matter. Everything falling into place here for BETBOOM to get their first point on the board. Nothing overly aggressive or overzealous. Just asking a question here or there. And coming out on top of all of their exchanges. Now it's on Beastic and Oscar, and it's not like they've got many options available. Just going to group up and try and breach in towards that B-bomb site. I mean, if they could at least find, 2 kills for 1 in a bomb plant, that would be a moral victory, I reckon.
I mean, that would be nice, wouldn't it? But I don't know if that'll be afforded to them. Chiron staring in their direction. B-Stick still manages to find one. But Chiron starts really close. They lose only a single player on the BETBOOM side of Nafany. That's a great start, as arguably the most important round has been won out by BETBOOM, with them winning out the rifle round. But still a bit of money here for Sinners to buy, because that was merely a bonus round. Even an AWP left for Oscar. Sinners not in the danger zone just yet.
Yeah, they will be if they lose this one, though. Then it's going to be eco territory for the T side, and BETBOOM will have a prime opportunity to get themselves the lead here on the T side. Zorte's nade is just going to be slightly late. Looking at the money here for BETBOOM, it's not great in their camp either. So this game is in the balance, economically speaking, coming into the 4th round. Remember how much damage Zorte did with the AWP on this map as well, so BETBOOM would love to get the sniper in his hands as soon as possible on the CT side.
Yeah, it would be nice. Zorta, an absolute menace earlier today. A joy to watch along with Nafany. Completely absent on Mirage. And a grand final is not where you want to be showing signs of weakness. Quirtz, though, weakened up to just 6 points of health. Actually gifted the AWP there to try and make do. Nafany dodges a singular flash. And it doesn't matter that the second one blinds him. He gets Echo and a follow-up, almost a third, but runs out of ammo. Oscar thankfully able to put that one to bed for Sinners, but it's still not a particularly promising start, as Oscar ensures it might well be a better finish.
Well, I mean, it's a bit questionable there from Zorte. I think he knows that Nafany's done a lot of damage, so he tries to finish off that kill. Chiron will step out and win a vital gunfight there with Shock. B-Stick rotating through is going to get drawn into Dark, so he gets fragged from Connector. And Chiron is doing so much work right now for his team, not just because of the kill that he got there, but just because of the attention he's taking as well. And it is going to be the round that goes the way of BETBOOM. Not entirely thanks to Nafany, but certainly a massive contribution from him in middle. And very often by himself in middle as well, right? And he still gets so much work done.
Yeah, it's good to see as Oscar is at least able to save this AWP on over. It will have to be a hero walk up the next. It will be interesting to see whether or not the team buy up around it. They would force themselves into double eco territory if they did. As yeah, Nafany just unstoppable as Oscar will have to stop Zorta in response. Still no AWP for Zorta here. Opting instead to go for an A1S and full utility. Chiron acting as Charon in the meantime, ferrying souls to the underworld of Sinners. And it's not likely going to be as fatal for them, given that their name is Sinners in itself.
Let's see what Oscar can do here with the AWP. He is going to be the key, the only key in the round here for Sinners. It's Glocks outside of that. And Oscar just needs to put these Glocks on the end of his fishing rod, send them in, and see what he can catch as a result.
Yeah, the classic bait and switch, but with a twist. Beckon them in to farm up some eco frags and slap them round the face with a 50 cal round. Yeah, recipe for disaster for BETBOOM if played irresponsibly.
Yeah. That's why
I'm doing their due diligence right now.
Yeah, I'm not a massive fan of the way that Sinners are playing this with Oscar sort of going in first. I want to see a Glock player jumping around the corner, taking that attention, and then allowing for Oscar to step out afterwards. You know, get the call, figure out the location of the player, and then from there, he can look to make something happen. The A bomb site, the better of the two options as things stand, but that's not going to be the case for much longer because Nafany's rotating across. 28 seconds on the clock. It's the right read coming through from the IGL of BETBOOM, padding up the defense, and it should be easy pickings for these CT players.
Yeah, they saw the AWP as well. Like, on that initial flashbang peek towards A Archers, they saw Oscar was there, which is why Nafany was so keen to rotate on over. Arrives perfectly. And just completely dispels anything Sinners were trying to do. Oscar, bodied, for some reason running in the middle of his Glock players. unable to catch anything on the tail end of another brutal flashbang. And with that, BETBOOM looking a lot more comfortable here on the map pick of Sinners.
Yeah, looking a lot better here for BETBOOM. A big contrast between the two maps, right? Mirage and Anubis, in terms of the pace at which the game is being played. I feel like at this point we're already at half time on Mirage after about 15 minutes played on the map. Either way. Oh man, that worked well.
Very good opener on Tenacity. Beastic, an unexpected entity, finds Chiron. Danis thankfully able to put a stop to it. But look at this mid-control. Full mid-control right now for the side of Sinners, and an orb shot missed by Zorza. Siren, what are you doing?
Has he just had a rush of blood to the head or something? There must have been some sort of call that came through, because there's no way you just pull your knife out and jump through the smoke in a 3v4. He even had Zorte still covering cameras, so that was nonsensical.
Oh, hold on a minute, though. Danis, out of nowhere, a monster 2k. 3 in total. That just leaves Zedko in a 1 versus 2. Sort of might get the timing here. Zedko doesn't quite know what he's in for, dropping down into the site. He's not only been heard, he's now been spotted. Zorta adjusts as Danis will have Zedko running straight into him. The bomb needed to be retrieved, and as much as Zorta struggling to retrieve kills here, and a few of these instances, thankfully, Danis is not. Massive 4 kills in the round and saves BETBOOM from what could have been a pretty embarrassing finish. 2v4-1 and out. Yeah, huge success here for the Russian side that they ought not to have been afforded.
Yeah, massive quad kill coming through from Danis in the right place at the right time. I like the fact that he makes a play. He takes that initiative, pushing through dark into the canals. He doesn't swing immediately either. He waits for the moment to peek and he catches Sinners off guard. And that was on the flip side, a really big round for Sinners to lose in the grand scheme of things. As they start to fall behind here on Anubis, their own map pick. It's going to be an eco round out of them, and they're going to go for the brute force approach into the B-bomb site.
Well, it works well for the openers. Zedko smashes Danis to pieces in an act of revenge for the previous round. Chiron also slapped about. This is amazing stuff from Zedko. They just netted themselves a 5v3 post-plant. Maze rattle on in, but Beastic rattles the cranium of Siren. And that's it. They've got to call the round, but Nafany still plods forward, will be punished for his overextensions, and Zorta gets nothing more than exits here.
Yeah, he's going to have to accept his fate and carry the sniper rifle through. So Sinners, that's a reprieve for them. An eco round 1. We have seen BETBOOM look pretty mortal against eco rounds as well, right? Oh, never mind. Good awareness out of him. But BETBOOM have lost an uncanny amount of eco rounds between the game against Bait yesterday, their semi-final against Arcred, and now against Sinners as well. Something they got to brush up on.
Yeah, it's a worrying, reoccurring theme. As BETBOOM will at least still be afforded a bye coming into this round. Zorta can drop one over as well as he saves that on over. Yeah, Sinners have put themselves in a great position here. 4 is admittedly probably minimum benchmark, but for BETBOOM, a team who actually quite likes the CT side, we're going to need to see a little bit more out of them from here on out. As Zedko waltzing up to the flame, wants to contest for B again, and with his double entry last time, I can see exactly why.
Yeah, first kill found, second as well, despite the fact they've been chipped down. Surely not another. Zedko, you madman. He could even be on for the quad here. Zorte might be forced forward by the volley. That's exactly what's going to happen, but forced forward and frags anyway. However, Siren's left alone and not for much longer either. That's a change of pace coming through from Sinners.
Okay, apparently Sinners have found a new favourite bomb site, just rattling out onto B with pace. And Zedko, a double entry followed by a triple entry, and even playing in a tradable position for that third and final frag. Just, yeah, unstoppable is Zedko in that one. Zorta never a chance. 1 HP remaining, the nade easily dispatches of him. And no return to sender there as Sinners looking to find a 5th up on the board, overtaking BETBOOM despite their incredibly impressive start.
Yeah, keep in mind though, T-sided map, and BETBOOM have one hell of a T-side on this map, so, you know, I'm thinking even if they get 5 rounds going into their T-side, they'll still be very happy with that. 4, I would say, is rock bottom bare minimum, which they've already achieved. But to be comfortable, they're going to want one more B-stick. Well, his little head there just appearing above the step. Gets chopped off.
Although, Sinners have chopped that defense completely out of A, and with that, they will be winning a pretty convincing 5th round. Hey, the AK save is nice. Hopefully it gets put to good use in the next, as Zorta realizes the usefulness of his deagle through smoke might well be over. And hold on a moment, Quirts. It's not him to find another, it's Oscar instead. The pistol's farmed up upon. But as long as they keep this rifle alive, we should all be good. Quirts actually sees it, but I don't think he clocks it as he clocks the head of Zorta off. And yeah, unfortunately no more weapons saved in this hunt here.
Alright, well, Sinner's going to regain the lead. They need to make sure they keep the open play. Oscar, you don't have to take these fights, lad. And yeah, decides against continuing to force the issue. It was actually a bait. He was trying to take the attention away so Zedko could finish off the job. It's not the end of the world for BETBOOM because they'll still afford a full arsenal of weaponry, but Zorta is without his AWP, and that's the gun we've seen him do almost all of his work on in the CT side so far.
Just goes from bad to worse for BETBOOM here as Sinners look to continue giving themselves the advantage. Full belts of util, AKs and AWP, everything they could possibly need as BETBOOM struggle by. Missing head armor, missing kits, sacrificing a lot for utility and upgraded weaponry as Siren sacrifices Oscar to the Blood Gods, but Shock is quick to respond. Zedko, the entrying madman, does it again off the back of Zorta. And as they waltz onto another open A bomb site, honestly, BETBOOM might be worth calling it again early.
Oh man, Nafany, he got killed from this position against Arcred. This time he's ready for it, but B-Stick still bests him anyway. And it's a 4 versus 2, you're right, Sneaky. BETBOOM have to head for the hills. There's no money left in the bank. And this is a statement from Sinners. They started off by winning the first 2 rounds. They then lost 4 in a row, but they've answered back with 4 consecutive rounds of their own. So now it's going to be a 4-6 scoreline in their favor. And I'm just loving this work out of Zedko. He's a can opener at this point. And these bomb sites are made of tin.
Yeah, that's a pretty good way of putting it. Zedko, not always the highest rated player on this Sinner side, putting in a masterclass on those opening frags. Towards B especially, 5 kills in 2 rounds, all entry frags. This one was admittedly a trade, but still enough of a trade to open up the entirety of A. And that's it. That's BETBOOM really struggling. Kyron and Dennis, the 2 Org wielders, are the 2 left alive on the save here.
Zedko's had 3 opening kills on this in this half already, so he is doing phenomenal work for Sinners, opening up these bomb sites. And BETBOOM, they're going to roll the dice here. I think they're going all in. Those 2 rifles carried through have been enough for them to justify the buy. A couple guns will get dropped, so it's only going to be the 1 weaker weapon, and it's the auto shotty on Zorte. But Sinners aren't going to mind this, you know, because if they win this, then again, there's no AWP for BETBOOM in the next. Zorte's got 4 of his 7 kills with the sniper rifle so far in this first half.
Sorry, just saw the name of that knife. Interesting name tags we've seen today.
Are you allowed to say it on stream?
I don't think I'm allowed to say either of them on stream, if I'm honest.
Oh, okay, alright. Your eyesight's so much better than mine, Sneaky. I cannot read name tags on the guns themselves either way. Zedko does what he does best. Another opening kill coming through from him. That's 4 in 11 rounds.
It's just impeccable. That's the only way to describe it. Impeccable play here. As Zorta whipping out the shotgun here, going aggressive down B lane, but I really don't think that's the solution. As they've already lost the round. This is 7 on the board to Sinners. This is just remarkable from the Czech side. In this game of chess. Unfortunately, BETBOOM are playing checkers and B-Stick. Oh, he's just slapped one of the kings off the board.
Oh, man.
God,
You're a fan of chess?
It just keeps going. I do like chess. I'm very bad. I'm like,
oh yeah, we played a few games
elo.
before. 500 Sneaky. I'm up to 1,100 in my rapid games.
Well, Zorta, pretty rapid on that kill. Can he find Oscar as well? I don't think the opportunity will be afforded to him. In fact, Zeko looking keen for a kill. Oh, okay, no, he just swings Oscar wide with a shotgun and gets obliterated. And yeah, no, you beat me at chess pretty convincingly. I think we got to, what, 1 tie, 1 win, and then maybe 17 wins for you or something?
Wasn't that bad, mate. Zedko, he's got opening kills in 37% of the rounds in this first half so far. That's 1 out of the 10 players getting 37% of the opening kills. And that's not just in rounds Sinners have won, by the way. He's got actually like 60% of the opening kills in rounds they've won, 4 out of 7. So it's just impeccable out of Zedko.
And now Quirt's afforded an opener of his own as Nafany gets a little cheeky. Unfortunately, that cheekiness turns to an unfruitful endeavour as Oscar, battering that smoke with 50 cal rounds, can't quite spot anyone behind them. But BETBOOM very far behind at this stage of the game. Likely thankful that they were able to get 4 on the board in the earlier stages of this half. Sinners have looked invincible since, and Danists franked upon again by Zedko, creating so much space, and Oscar sends Zorta into outer space. It's Siren in a 1 versus 5. What can he do? It's the last round. He's got to try, but an ace clutch seems impossible.
Well, I'm just wondering where BETBOOM have gone and why they haven't called for any pauses. They were leading this 4-2 after winning 4 rounds in a row. And that's going to be the end of their campaign. It's not even like they've been doing any damage in these rounds that they're losing, Sneaky. The most kills they've gotten in a round they've lost so far is 3 frags, and those were the exit kills Zorte was getting with his AWP. The most kills they've gotten outside of that is 2 frags in a round they've lost. So this has been complete and utter decimation and devastation out of Sinners in the first half.
Or to simplify things, yikes. It's just not been very good at all from BETBOOM, and this is such a far cry from what we saw them do in the semi-final matchup against Darkred. They were bullying them out of the server, and now as the 15th ranked team in the world, they're being bullied right on back by number 47. And I know ranks around the tier 2 scene are a little convoluted to say the least. 47 is perhaps cruel for Sinners, given that they won 4 of their last 5 games against some pretty big names. 9Pandas, Monty, Ecstatic, and Saw. Monty definitely the biggest one there, and even higher rank in the world than BETBOOM, might I add. There's lost to 9, definitely not too much of an embarrassment there.
No, nothing to scoff at, that's for sure. Massive pistol round for BETBOOM. We saw them in this exact position against Bait, by the way. And they were chasing the series on that occasion after losing on Mirage. They were down 4-8 after playing CT side first, and they won the map 13-9. So they won 9 out of 10 rounds on their T side. They're going to have to emulate something similar here against Sinners. Otherwise, they're sent home in 2nd place, and there hasn't even been much of a contest out of BETBOOM. They've only won 10 rounds across the series so far, while Sinners are up to 21.
Now, I'm curious to see whether or not we're going for lightning fast plays again, and the answer in the pistol is certainly so. Quirts is part of the bait and switch here, and oh, it works so well. Quirts farming up a storm. The dastardly dually so brutal as Nafany finally plucks one back. But Quirts is back to his mischievous ways, and oh, okay, Nafany. 3 kills to his name. The IGL again having to take the reins, as he's the only one really finding any semblance of multi-frags. Beastick, though, oh, he wants to frag out onto Siren here. A clock tink landed in response, but Nafany in this 1v2, I feel like this should be him getting overwhelmed pretty quickly.
The timing could work out for him. Both of the CTs are going to be, well, looking in towards Cave, and then, well, never mind, scrap that entirely. Beastick steps out, buries the bullet in Nafany's brain. IGL versus IGL. The Czech Republic player comes out on top. Sinners with a vital pistol, and they are now just 4 rounds away from being crowned as the champions of CCT Central Europe Series 8.
I guess I should probably fill our sponsorship obligations now then. Cheers to our partners over at Hellcase for providing a $400 giveaway that will be drawn after this grand final, so make sure you enter quickly. I believe it's !Hellcase in chat. We'll scroll down below to the banner in our stream description in order to find out how you can win one of a very fancy red loadout curated nicely by our partners again over at Hellcase. Terms and conditions are listed on their website. The shot. Oh, he's done it again. Another opener for Sinners. Chiron does trade this one back, though, and Zedko actually overwhelmed BETBOOM. Is this really going to be a round ending in their favor, or are we just getting teased prematurely?
No, I reckon they've got this one in the bag. 4 versus 3. Good control being taken up here as well. No kits in play for the CT side unless there's one on the deck they can recover. Quotes will start off the retake with the first frag. Is he cognizant of Kyron's position? Such a strong position to play from because you can swing like that on a moment's notice. And yeah, now it becomes next to impossible for Sinners with the time ticking away as much as it has been. SMG's at range, certainly not going to be besting these AKs. Oscar surely just going to settle for the save. Not many bullets left, and he doesn't have the time. So he's got to head for the hills here, Mr. Oscar. Call it a day. And he'll hang around, and that's going to cost him his life. So, okay, 5-9 is the scoreline. BETBOOM keeping themselves alive.
Bit of overconfidence at the end there, perhaps, from Oscar. Yes, I've seen him win wizard-like clutches before. Still, one of my favourite clutches of all time is Oscar winning a 1v5 ace clutch on the A-bomb side of Overpass. And if I'm not mistaken, Overpass is our decider, so maybe we get another crack at that if BETBOOM are able to dig deep and come back into this game. Now, Sinners have dug deep into their pockets and have decided to come for a force buy here. There was not much money on Zedco, I believe it was, only 1.4k. And Nafany, well, he wants a bit of extra money on his own tally, and that is a very nice way to start things. Mac 10 mowing up Zedco, the entry beast for the likes of Sinners.
Yeah, Shock got a massive job to do on the safe bomb side, trying to play around the smoke grenade right now. Siren bypasses him, and that should be enough because Shock's focus is elsewhere. And he'll get traded out. Here's going to be B-Stick on a late lurk, crossing paths with the Mac 10. Not the cleanest, but he does achieve the desired result. Bomb plant comes through. You've also still got Oscar in towards Castle right now. I mean, it's not completely outside of the realm of possibility, but it's highly unlikely, especially once this frag comes through, and there we go.
I mean, they do like losing rounds to pistols, but as you said, with Oscar dead, B-Stick and Quirts are swift to follow suit. 6 on the board now for BETBOOM. They've threaded 2 in a row. That's a good way to get your groove back on coming into the second half. And Sinners are going to have to let slip one more before they can invest here. It's going to be BETBOOM on to 7, and that's where things start to get a bit spicy, a bit scary for Sinners, despite this being their best map.
Yeah, they've got work to do, and they're within touching distance of the finish line of their first grand final. Is that going to be something that gets to their head? You know, maybe adds a bit of extra pressure. Something that could see them stumble towards the end of the finish line here on Anubis.
Sorry, I'm just having a quick look at what the score was in their 9 Pandas game. They went to double overtime earlier today. And it was 9 Pandas who actually take it. 9 Pandas winning only 3 CT rounds and 9 T rounds. Let Sinners win 9 T rounds, but then clinch it in overtime 7-5. Yeah, it's convoluted. But to summarise, Sinners very good at T, very mediocre at CT, and that might come to a head here, as BETBOOM are known to be pretty deadly across both sides.
The thing is it's not like they have to do a huge amount of work here to get across the line, so it's still certainly doable for them. I would say at this point 50-50. This gun round's going to determine which way the odds sway thereafter. Big exec in towards the A-bomb site coming through. Shock is committed to the site. Flash is going to force them back initially. He needs at least a kill. There we go. Frag found. Zedco desperately trying to assist his teammate. Shock eventually does get overwhelmed. Next, B-Stick is called into the fray, and he's also only going to be good for the 1 kill. Trade train in full effect right now.
Zedco desperately needs a frag despite his low HP right now, though, as Danis has been afforded a bomb plant, and Nafany takes a lot of space. He is now a big thorn in the side of Sinners. He's in such an inconvenient angle to clear. As Zedco, I think, just got spotted too. Flash comes out. Zedco's so blind, walks into the open by accident, leaving Oscar in a 1v3, and this time he does have the good grace to save the orb. BETBOOM on to 7. Sinners only a single round of a lead now. They lose a gun round. They're likely not going to be able to invest much into this next either. I see BETBOOM equalising here, and honestly, I don't know if Sinners' CT side is good enough to actually withstand this sort of brunt.
I mean, I'm not going to write them off yet, Sneaky, because, they came close in that previous round there. It was down to the 3v3. You know, if Shock holds his ground a little bit more, gets a second frag, then at that point we're cooking for Sinners, but doesn't work out in their favor. They're going to have to eco now with the max round loss bonus behind them. 9-all, the imminent scoreline. BETBOOM clawing their way back here, even though they lost the pistol round to start off the second half.
Yeah, BETBOOM not averse to losing their pistol rounds. It's happened quite a lot over the past couple of days. As Oscar does not want to lose this fighting towards middle, but those Molotovs will ensure that he doesn't even get to take one. Nafany, king of middle, does it again. Opens up onto Zedko, avenging himself from that previous up, but Oscar quick on the trigger. He responds swiftly. Nafany blown out the water as Kyron. Here's Quirtz forced out of the flames. Beastic follows suit, drops down and Shock and Oscar left to find a frag apiece. But even then, that would only equalise as Siren will seek those digits down.
Yeah, Oscar just wants to get out of dodge at this point, carry the AWP through. He can drop a rifle at that point. 9-all the scoreline. BETBOOM are doing it. Fighting their way back tooth and nail. And it's great to see that they have this ability, right? They've got the resolve. They lost 13-6 on their own map pick. They were down 9-4 at one point here on Anubis, but they did not fold. They did not roll over. They continue to do everything in their power. And they have drawn level on this T side.
Sinners really need to start responding here. This is getting pretty dangerous. As BETBOOM looking as dangerous as we've come to know them as. This is the BETBOOM I was expecting in map 1. And in all fairness, any one of those first 8 rounds goes slightly differently. One kill differently. I reckon BETBOOM might even have won out that half because they would have broken the economy of Sinners so much earlier. And their incredibly fast-paced play would have been too much for this Sinners squad to deal with. But because that didn't happen, they get dominated. And they are going to have to do things the hard way, taking us all the way to a third map finale here. That is if they're able to convert in the second.
Do you think anybody's ever missed a smoke before and then just acted like they timed out and called for a restart on the round?
Absolutely, but that's why we're a little less lenient these days.
Okay, either way, Oscar will open up. Look at Zedko's position, so deep in towards middle, and maybe a bit too deep, especially considering Oscar's just found him an opening kill. You know, the positives are few and far between for Sinners right now. You can't really afford to play with so much liberty. Oscar's doing the most with his sniper, but misses a key shot. That means the A side's compromised, and there's certainly no way back into the round here for the CT side. However, Nafany does get a little bit ahead of himself there. Not normally so aggressive out of him in that sort of a position when he's playing the lurk.
There, Nafany, with him dispatched, with him dealt with. Well, it appears that BETBOOM have decided to return this package of the bomb to sender. They planted it back down on A again. Danists, no time or no struggle at all dealing with the opposition OGL. It's a 3 versus 2 for the BETBOOM boys. My favourite boy band. They're up and coming. Have you heard of them?
I have. I've heard whispers. Haven't caught any of their hits yet, though.
Do you reckon we could get like a Nafany versus Boomich Christmas album sing-off?
I mean, that would be spicy. Nafany would have his work cut out for him, though. Boomich hits those notes, man.
Yeah, they really missed an opportunity there with BETBOOMich.
Yeah, I reckon he's happier over on Cloud9 right now, living his best life.
You could say he's on Cloud9, although maybe not after that lost to FaZe in the finals of Thunderpick.
Yeah, you got to suspect there's got to be a change looming for Cloud9, right? They can't carry on with those 5 without a core AWPer. I know CS2 is not an AWPer's paradise.
Hey. You saying Boomich isn't the primary AWPer?
Well, Perfecto was also doing some of the AWPing for Cloud9, so that just speaks volumes to what you've just said.
Yeah, that's fair. Both secondary AWPers of Na'Vi now picking up the mantle in the meantime. And I feel like, yes, an AWPer is still a game changer, nowhere near as prevalent. It's a lot harder to be as flashy as you could be in Go. I mean, people like to point out Artfrost as a prime example of an AWPer still being successful, but even then, he's not always putting up those higher numbers against the tier 1 teams he comes up against.
you got to look at it through a different lens, though, compared to what you did through CSGO. You know, you can't compare it like for like. Either way, there's still a gun round you have for Sinners to play with. Zedko's up close, looking to avoid the flash. He won't avoid the wrath of Nafany, though. My goodness, he continues to do work in middle. T-side, CT side, he doesn't care. And BETBOOM, they're just playing with Sinners at this point. Everything they touch turns to gold. B-Stick is looking to lock it down on the B side, but he's got so much more work to do than just that one kill. And you know what? BETBOOM might not even end up on that site.
I mean, they could go either way and they'd have an advantage at this stage as Nafany decides to go investigative towards A. Shock, looking to deliver a surprise. He's just chilling up in towards heaven at the moment. He will be smoked off as Nafany continues to wrap around the site, but he's not actually drawn any rotations over yet. Instead, they focus on mid control, dark control. Siren's patience is rewarded. And the nearby hospital's received another patient in B-Stick.
Yeah, and Nafany's completely bypassed Shock, by the way, because there was a smoke in towards Castle. So now he's in the back lines. At this point, Sinners are thinking about saving their guns, but Nafany's got other ideas. Oscar's a dead man. Nafany won't go for the knife here either. Well, he can't... Oh, okay. Never mind. Timing couldn't have been worse there for the IGL, unfortunately. But the round will still go the way of BETBOOM. And I just can't believe how proficient these guys are in gun rounds on the T side of Anubis. They did this against Bait as well. They were down 4-8 on their CT side going into their T side. And they won the map 13-9. That means they won 9 out of 10 rounds on their T side. Here, again, they have now won 7 out of 8 rounds, dominating their gun rounds in the process. It's not like these rounds have come down to 1v1s or close calls for BETBOOM. They've been in complete control throughout this T side.
And that 11th round on the board just accentuates the point. Sims just not able to do a thing. This is an exact replication of last time BETBOOM struggled on their CT. They let their opposition win only a single round when they eventually changed over to the defense side. And then they just won everything else. What was it, 9 rounds in a row you said they won? Or 9 rounds total?
9 out of 10, yeah. 9 out of 10.
I mean, they're looking to do it again here, and there's nobody really able to stop them.
Well, Sinners haven't gotten more than 2 kills in any round they've lost so far, Sneaky. Not more than 2 frags. And I don't know if that's going to change anytime soon either. Shock looking to force the issue. And that's a rare miss shot from Zortzer. B-Stick another one in the fire. There's a 3v3 on our hands here. Hopefully, this is the start of Sinners trying to get something done in a gun round. They've actually got one player pinched in Canal. Siren is completely stuck. Oh, but he's got the timing. He clears Oscar, and he doubles down on Zedko. The one moment it looks like Sinners have something going for it. Siren sings his song, and it's a beautiful one for the ears of BETBOOM as they go up 12-9, and they have 3 map points. They were down 9-4. Since then, they have won 8 rounds in a row.
Speaking of Christmas songs, Siren rings out a chorus of pain and lead. That 3K should never have happened. Where's the trade spacing? Where's the anticipation from Sinners here? They're just getting marched over. This is their map pick, by the way. They chose this.
Yeah.
And I thought 8-4 might well be enough, but I am sorely mistaken, it seems.
Well, 9-4 even.
Are just dominating. And yeah, 9-4 as they win the first round of the second half. But even that's not enough, and Quirt's forced backwards. The shotgunner Zedko getting nothing done early. BETBOOM have already found the opening kill. This is the winning round. If BETBOOM win this round, they win the map. Siren, another frag onto Quirt's. Gorgeously done, but traded by B-Stick. But it's Sinners constantly clinging on. We're not seeing any decisiveness from them.
And look at the read, look at the call coming through from Nafany into the say bomb site. Bomb's going to be following suit. There's nobody home. The fake is being sold perfectly right now by the IGL. He's going to commit through the smoke here as well, and he's actually been able to snake his way through the right-hand side. Shock is the victim as a result, and awe is how Nafany will get out, leaving us in awe in the process. B-Stick does eventually cut him down, but it's a frag in vain somewhat because the bomb goes down on the opposite side of the map, and it's a 3v2 on the retake.
I'm very excited for Overpass, and it looks like we might well be heading there in just a couple of moments. Perhaps I have spoken too soon, at least for now, but that name...
No, you're good.
Yeah, okay, we're fine. Zedko off the space, B-Stick spaced out, walks straight into the open arms of Chiron. That's a dominant finish for BETBOOM as they seal it 13-9, a deceptively close scoreline for how wildly good the Russians were playing.
Yeah, I mean... It was the second half where they just took complete control. Sinners didn't get more than 2 kills in any of the rounds that they lost, bar that final round where they get 3 kills. So it's not like they were even pushing BETBOOM the distance or getting it close or having a chance in any of the retakes. They just disappeared completely in that second half. They were 4 rounds away from winning this grand final. Now the slate is wiped clean and there's only 1 map left remaining.
Yeah, best of 1 to decide things on Overpass. Again, a map that both teams have a lot of experience on, but the scariest part is it's the highest rated map for BETBOOM out of their entire pool, and for Sinners, it's nowhere near as good as it used to be. It's their 3rd worst rated map in a 7-map pool for the Czech side. So, despite the fact they played it 2nd most of any map in the pool, the statistics speak for themselves when it says this is BETBOOM's game to lose.
It's true, but the results have looked increasingly better lately for Sinners, so I'm not going to completely write them off altogether on Overpass. We need to see more out of Sinners than what we saw in the first 3 halves of the series, not the 4th half, that second half of Anubis. But we're going to see some highlights here. We're going to throw to a break in the meantime. Sneaky and I are going to top up on our refreshments. You guys should do the same, and be sure to join us for Overpass in a few moments.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Watch the matches with BO3.GG, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with BO3.GG.
Yo, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you gotta do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.
The champion of champions.
Welcome back to the CCT podcast. We got a couple of things to break down for you. We got some post-player break tournament results. We got the current CCT rankings, and we got the results of the online finals number 2. Interview coming up as well.
Enjoy the interview with one of my favorite and incredibly handsome individuals, along with Taz. It's going to be a banger.
So lots of exciting topics. The absolute legend of the game, it is Taz.
Directly beside him, Taco work together, but they don't go in the same peak. Oh, Taz! The devil strikes, and Taz ties the game.
How's retirement been? Would you get back with the old VP squad?
Would our fans like to see this?
The hunger for glory feeds the desire, the courage to look for a challenge, to feed your ambitions. To reach for greatness. To become the champion of champions.
Well, ladies and gents, welcome back for the final time in Central Europe. Not just the 8 series, but the entire damn lot, as we are gearing up for Overpass. It's still Sinners, it's still BETBOOM, and we are gearing up for an incredibly spicy finale.
We are Overpass, one map to split these two teams. One of them will claim their first title in the CCT as well, not just Central Europe, but across the board. And it's a mammoth of a map that's lined up as well. On paper, better for BETBOOM, but a map that Sinners have shown improvements on in CS2 in particular. The stats don't look great on paper, but they've won 3 out of the 4 times they've played, and the one loss came to Monty, and that was a narrow loss as well. So I reckon Overpass could be the most closely contested of the final so far.
I mean, again, if we get like Prime Oscar and Prime Zorta here, this is going to be an absolute banger.
Me. My body is ready.
Nafany as well, man. Nafany and Beastick, they've also been putting up some really stellar numbers throughout this series. I want it all. I want everyone top form. I want an overtime. I want all the bells and whistles. This is it. This is the grand finale and the send-off for something we've been working on for over a year now, Hayes.
Yeah, absolutely, man. What a journey it's been, as we can see how both of these teams have gotten to this point. It's been a journey for them as well. Sinners had to overcome Saw, Ecstatic, and 9 Pandas. BETBOOM had to beat Eyeballers, Bait, and Arc Red. Probably a slightly more difficult run for Sinners, I'd say, but still, they both locked in this grand final, 1 apiece, winning on each other's map picks, actually, to get to this third and final map.
Yeah, I just don't really know what happened to BETBOOM on Mirage. I mean, breaking it down, it was just a case of them never being able to convert that final frag in what was one of the fastest paced T-sides I have ever seen at this level of CS. So fast and just constant application of pressure in a grand finals, and Sinners were able to just swat it off for the most part. 8-1 was the scoreline at one point, and a pretty dominant finish regardless. As Overpass, I don't anticipate to be anything like that. I hope we get a less streaky game than map number 2 as well. I want a nice, clean game here, as cliche as it sounds, and I want everyone performing at their best, and I reckon if we do have that, BETBOOM should probably be our favourites here, but that's not to say that Sinners, again, don't stand a really good damn chance.
Well, the concern for Sinners is just how they disappeared in that second half. You know, CT side of Anubis, they were nowhere, but BETBOOM are phenomenal on the T side as well. I mean, they played, 10 rounds against Bait on their T side, they won 9 of them, and then they played 9 rounds on their T side against Sinners, and they won 8 of them. The only round they lost was the pistol. So, it's rough, man. But I guess Sinners just have to put that behind them, focus up on the new map, Overpass. It's going to be a knife round to determine sides. I believe BETBOOM already won the knife, so they'll have that choice of side, which is a bit of a concern for Sinners, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean, BETBOOM being allowed to start on the CT side of Overpass, given that Overpass is the most CT-sided map in the pool, give or take, maybe Nuke, it's a little bit upsetting to see for Sinners that they will have to start with such a disadvantage whilst already being the underdogs. But hey, this entire series has been an uphill battle for them. Let's see if they're able to conquer the hill as we head into our final map, our decider of Overpass.
And as Bruce Buffer, or I suppose the commentators rather, the UFC say, here we go. The third and final map, the last map of the CCT Central Europe Series. Well, not only Series 8, but Central Europe in general. And it's going to be aggression coming through from long here to the CT side, but it's going to be Sinners who do the lion's share of the damage.
Yeah, that's a lovely start there from Sinners. As Chiron and Zorta are removed, Nafany now, he's been so good in these pistols, but always pipped to the post, given another opportunity to shine. But unfortunately, he's getting peppered with no response, at least for the moment. Nafany adjusts himself over towards Truckers. Still 2 of his teammates just hovering on B. B will not be the end goal here, it seems, as they continue to stack their way up towards long.
I mean, they're thinking the plan is, okay, Sinners are going to force us back into the site A, and then they're going to go back down lowers in towards B. However, BETBOOM have rotated an extra player up. 2 sets of Julies in play. They both have Kevlar as well. So I think Nafany dropped 2 sets of Julies and bought himself up a flash. And you know what? He throws that lone flash, hoping that's enough to dispel Sinners, but that's not the case. They're going to be barreling into this A side off the back of the flash of their own. Nafany stands no chance, and now Sinners have full control.
When is Nafany going to realise that he is the top fragger and he needs to stop being so generous to his teammates? Either way, with him removed, the site was open. It's a 4v2. Sinners, this would be an embarrassing one to lose at this stage, as Siren can't afford to lose this opening gunfight either. The head keeps popping up. Zedko keeps them preoccupied. There's no kit right now. And there's no real way back into this round. There's no way they can deal with a 4-man crossfire, as maybe I stand corrected. Danis actually finds one more. Hold on. Taps the bomb to see Bait in shock. Regardless, goes for the swing. And now that Danis has been spotted, there's no chance he can win this round. Shock runs it down. It's a little bit messy. Gets the tap in the end. I believe that might have been the last bullet too, but that is 1-0 on the board to the Sinners.
Yeah, perfect way for them to begin their campaign as well, to put to bed what happened on the map just before this. And is it just me, or does it seem like BETBOOM really struggle in their pistol rounds, man? Just thinking back to their series before this against Arc Red and yesterday against Bait as well, I feel like they've lost majority of the pistol rounds they've been playing recently.
Yeah, it's not been good in the pistol round streaks.
They lost both on Anubis.
No, they've won 1 this entire series, right?
Did they win one on Mirage? I'm just going back and having a look now. They did win the second half pistol round. Okay, so 1 out of 5 so far.
Yeah, that's not amazing. Sinners have been looking significantly better. BETBOOM. Can they pull off the impossible here? Can they pull the rabbit out of the hat and bag themselves around? B-Stick, Zedco, yeah, they say no. I appreciate the B-bomb site stack from the pistols here, but unfortunately, Sinners do too for all the wrong reasons. It's just a cash farm for them, and Zorta left in this 1v5. I mean, he's going for damage at best, praying someone gets overzealous and gives him a rifle to save.
Yeah, he's maybe hoping somebody runs into him, he's able to land the double dink, but Sinners, they know better. They're not going to offer themselves up unnecessarily. They need to make sure they don't depart the bomb site too much here. And there we go, Zedco hangs around, he'll get the kill as a result, and with that, Sinners get a second round on the board as clean as it could possibly be. That's going to give them a nice buffer economically as well. Into the first gun round we go. Zorte will not have a sniper rifle. We saw that was a big problem on their CT side of Anubis. So hopefully we won't see him without the AWP nearly as much here on Overpass, because it's an integral part of the defense.
And Zorta has been pretty stylish on it at points throughout the day. As well, that's a very appropriate tag on Siren's knife. It is truly do or die. A little less comical than the rest of them, as BETBOOM, no time for laughing here. They're down by 2 rounds in the third map of a grand final. They're looking for their first tournament victory. As are some of the Sinners players. Zedco, another opener, but this time swiftly traded by Siren. I'm surprised he even gets away with one there, if I'm honest. That looked like a BETBOOM opener all day.
Yeah, but you take that as the T side, even if it gets traded, you don't mind it. The rule of thumb is an opening kill for the T side that early in the round certainly does favor them. Oh, Shock tries to get cute with it, phasing through the smoke. He has a MAC-10, and it is a bonus round as well, so it's okay, but doesn't pay off at all. In fact, quite the opposite. Bit of an over-rotation from BETBOOM. That's why Chiron is scurrying back down in the direction of the B-bomb site, but Sinners have still got a pretty decent window of opportunity, despite the fact they're down by a man.
Yeah, but Chiron has farmed up another frag. Having said that, B-Stick's still alive and kicking. Kicks Siren to the curb as Nafany looks to do something cheeky through the heaven smoke. Gets away with a kill on Oscar, and there goes B-Stick too. Lovely stuff there from the BETBOOM boys. My favourite boy band is back in business as the defuse is also stuck.
Yeah, get themselves on the board. 3 players stay alive as well. Sinners will have more than enough money to buy up in the next, but BETBOOM now have the ball rolling. How far can they take it is the question. Zedco was phenomenal with his opening kills on the T side of Anubis. Flexing his muscles here once again, up short early on, but a wonderful recovery comes through from BETBOOM. And now they're going to look to put Sinners into eco territory.
Yeah, Sinners, though, not going to go down quietly. They got 4 AKs and an AWP on Oscar. Still no AWP on Zorta, though. So we're not going to be able to see that one-on-one duel that I'm so itching to get out the way. Yeah, in the meantime, a lot of utility flung everywhere on the lower side of the map. And a little bit of a response from Sinners as well towards the top side. Still more util clung onto by the CTs at the moment, though. There's quite a lot of flashbangs for Sinners to burn through. I imagine one of those will be used in order to take some long control. Although I could stand corrected here. No, okay, they're going for a dry peek. As Echo down towards B. Just looking to hold some people in place. He's playing a ROPS angle there, lurking around the monster side. Unfortunately for him, though, Danis has no interest in pushing his position.
Yeah, Sinners happy to play the long game here. They have a lot of control at their disposal as well. Options available. Zedco lurking out towards that B-bomb site. 3 players long as well. Oscar with his AWP is posted on the angle, waiting for somebody to peek in towards long while B-Stick creeps up. It's a lovely combo while the AWP holds the line, but timing not great for Oscar as he pulls out the utility. B-Stick's going to get ahead of that molly as well, I reckon. He's going to try force the issue, but unfortunately that leads him to his demise.
God, Nafany's just omnipresent in some of these rounds. He's pushing your heaven smokes. He's trading your long fights. Zorta now looking to take up another one. This is a save. Sinners don't have enough time to hit A here. Honestly, the T-side should just call it quits, and that's exactly what they're going to try and do. BETBOOM now have a couple of opportunities to maybe slip in a kill after time. Zorta, does he want to risk it? I think he might. Pushes into the bathrooms, jumping around, but decides not to extend any further forward. Basic the only casualty here, but because no money is given over to Sinners, they're not going to be able to afford any utility reinvestment.
Yeah, that's true. They use all the utility in the round, and although they carry their guns through, they're going to have 5 pieces of util to contest this next round, and we all know how heavy or how heavily dependent the T side is of this map on utility. So that could prove to be costly. It means they're going to have to go for something more direct yet. Certainly can't be as elaborate. At least they've still got the firepower, but BETBOOM, I mean, that was a very easy round for them. 1 kill found, and they get the point on the board as a result. What do Sinners fall back on from here is the question. Looks like it's going to be a pack-based mentality. Nothing too aggressive from the CTs early on here either. Happy to just play from the bomb sites themselves.
Yeah, that will probably play into their advantage, given that they are the ones with all of the utility here. You don't want to be allowing Sinners to take fights they can win on aim alone. Just now, as they waltz up towards Banana here, a lovely smoke deployed, just keeping them further at bay. Beastic, does he waddle through this? Not quite. You can tell Sinners have a much more methodical T-side than that of BETBOOM, who rely on pace to surprise their opponents and aim to win the frags. Chiron doing exactly that, winning out a kill against Zedko here. It's a good trade, but he is going to be overwhelmed shortly if he's not going to be provided with assistance. Doesn't need it for now, though. Quirts to fall, bomb is dropped. Look at how elegantly he dances around the smoke. Chiron, that is a gorgeous 4K on for the ace. And Shock left on his own to try and scamper and save another rifle.
That's unfortunate. Just the 1 kill coming through for Sinners, and that's all they get out of the round. Wonderful work coming through from Chiron. First frag, yeah, good job, but thereafter was where the magic happens. I love it when the CTs drop that smoke on the left side of the site as well, because it makes it so difficult for the T side to progress forward. Once you emerge on the other side, you become super exposed. And the flashes were sublime, the support flashes from BETBOOM. I think there was even a team flash blinding up one of the T players aggressing, which allowed Chiron to get that first, or his second kill. And that's going to gain the lead here for BETBOOM as well. And an anti-eco off the back of that.
A Danist support flash is the one you were referencing that allowed
What about the first one, though, where this guy got blinded?
That was Quirt's blinding himself by the looks of things.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's a bit rough there from Quirt's. He's not had the best of games so far. If I remember correctly, bottom fragged on Mirage. I'm not quite sure about his Anubis performance.
Yeah, I'm having a look at the numbers now. He went 10 for 14 on Mirage, and HLTV haven't recorded the stats yet from Anubis, but you're right. It's not like he's been lighting up the kill feed too frequently. You spoke about coming into this, how Quirts doesn't have any first placements in his tenure, in his short career. Hasn't gotten the gold medal just yet. This was a great opportunity, but unfortunately, he just hasn't pitched up the way the team needs him.
Yeah, if he wants to win medals, he has to be a winning component. There's BETBOOM at the moment, delivering with 5. Chiron, excellently played in that round under pressure. Danis as well, the youngster, has been, again, so much more prominent. We've seen him elsewhere in the week. And that's what we need. Quirts, the youngster on the other side, not pitching up anywhere close to the impact of Danists. And that's where the caliber of these two teams collide. Zedko now looking to collide towards Monster. Resorta peering deep. Can he get caught off guard here? Ooh, Resorta doesn't actually spot him. This fight could be an important one, but Zedko doesn't want much more to do with it, as there is not a scrap of util in this round for the Sinners. Resorta wins the early scrap down towards Monster.
Yeah, no need to force this fight if you're Chiron. A lot of information gained already in terms of the numbers towards long for the T side. Sinners are putting a lot of presence and emphasis towards long in the early stages of this T side. Maybe something they could be trying to condition BETBOOM. You know, maybe later on in the half, they have that early presence, they throw the deep lurk smoke, and then they go back to B, hoping they've drawn rotations. They have drawn a lot of rotations towards A on this occasion.
Yeah, there's a lot of rotations on A, but there's also a lot of bodies that Sinners could be delivering for free. As yeah, I don't really know what the game plan is here for Sinners. They looked hesitant for a moment, but then decided to start charging down towards the A-bomb site, charging perhaps an overstatement. But I reckon this will be costly for them regardless. Beestick first man out with a Glock in tow, and there's 20 seconds are left on the bomb site. There's no util. Let's have to go for dry peaks here. The Shadow gives up the crab walk, and I don't really know what Sinners were hoping for with that lack of pace and jointedness.
Yeah, how good has Chiron been on the safe bomb site so far? Multi-kill after multi-kill coming through from the Russian rifle up. Himself and Nafany locking it down. 4 rounds in a row for BETBOOM, not showing signs of slowing down anytime soon. What's the change up from Sinners? That's the question. Oscar will be without an AWP unless he goes for the glass cannon, but that's not ideal on the T side. You need that armor to take the fights on the T side as the AWPer. You don't have that luxury of just holding an angle and waiting for someone to push you. You've got to be a lot more proactive and take a lot more initiative.
Yeah, Nafany though. Ready to take initiative with another frag grenade, potentially towards the short water. Doesn't spot anyone on the jump though, so saves it for a rainy day as Oscar needs to start raining down some lead onto this BETBOOM opposition. Nafany spots him on the jumper crossing con. Nicely avoided by Oscar. Good game sense not to just waltz it round. As Sinners now have Quirts in a really good position, but BETBOOM haven't really been the team to start pushing for control around this area of the map. I reckon it might be a moot point. As again, the defenders, a very passive line has been successful so far, so why fix what isn't broken?
Is it not broken? I mean, it has been great in the past few rounds for Sinners.
I meant more for BETBOOM.
Oh, right, my bad. Scrap that then. Either way, Beestick has been able to get some control in towards bathrooms, hoping to maybe just keep the focus on that side of the map from the CTs, but BETBOOM have a very good idea of what's going on right now. However, does look like they're moving and shaking. In fact, they've rotated a 4th player down towards B, and it's in good timing as well because the Executor's now gaining traction.
There's Alta taking a bit of damage there as, oh no, Sinner's so slow on the uptake that Chiron's able to slip in the backlines. 4v4 now, 4 on 5. Everyone's still left alive here on the camp for BETBOOM. And look at that spray from Dennis and Siren, perfectly orchestrated, leaving Beestick in a 1-on-3 that is now very doable. Oh, Beestick from the backlines through the smoke, he catches Alta, and that's exactly the kind of save the Sinners needed.
Man, I was watching him wondering, is he going to be able to activate in time? Is he going to get there and still stand a chance to win the round for his team? He arrives once everybody is dead for Sinners, but he's still able to get those 3 kills in such quick succession. It wasn't the cleanest on the first. The second came through soon after, but the third through the smoke was something special out of Beestick. What a way for Sinners to get another round on the board as BETBOOM falter. And that's going to be a nasty thorn in their side. However, Sinners certainly not out of the woods after they win that round. Look at their money.
Yeah, the money's not great. Galil on Zedco, only Quirts with a full stack of util. Oscar again anticipating the boost. Clearly been doing his homework on BETBOOM. Zorta now orbing out towards Long. Has shown a lot of presence towards Long up until this point of Sinners. But yeah, the B bomb site is where they finally edge over with success in a 1v3 as well. That's not replicable. How can they make these rounds a little bit more tidy? And can Zorta... Oh, wow. Okay. Forget that question. Beestick answers it with a wild headshot at range.
Yeah, he's on one at the moment. Mate, Chiron could be the next victim, and Beestick has tucked himself in behind the tree. Chiron steps out, sees nobody, but that's going to be such a false sense of security. Look at the players creeping up bathrooms into A right now. Chiron's backing up into them. They're not going to expect Chiron there either, but he's not nearly as clean as he needed to be on the first engagement. Oscar should trade, and he does.
I don't really know why he takes for time to scope in there. It seems so unnecessary as Danists. A necessary frag towards the short water does at least alleviate some pressure. Nafany next up to the plate. He's so good! Nafany another 2k leaves Zedco in the next 1v3 attempt. But Zedco does at least have the bomb. I guess that is something. Time, his worst enemy. Does he even attempt this?
I mean, saving a Galil is far from ideal, and I think that's what he thinks as well as he charges in towards B. Footsteps going to get heard. easy frag, maybe not so easy, but there's still no way for Zedko to recover from here. Danis will eventually finish off the job, and that's a really rough round for Sinners to lose. First of all, a wonderful opening kill coming through from Beastic as he clears Zorte of his brain, and then they have a lot of pressure on that A bomb side, especially once they trade Chiron. The problem for Sinners was the bomb was still all the way back towards T ramp, so they couldn't immediately actually activate. They wanted to go B, but then Danis fragged that player on short, and that just completely ruined the plan for Sinners.
Yeah, Danis taking initiative there is so important. In the battle of the youngsters, the two newbies on the scene. I mean, Danis is far outperforming Quirts in every measure as... Okay, Zedko. Clearly keen to get an opening frag. That has been his namesake for the majority of this game. He's been a very talented opener, but the problem is he wasn't as consistent on that defensive side of Anubis. And he's not been able to open up too much on this map either. He's still 6-6. He's been good at the trading game, but Zorta doesn't want to get traded. He dispatches of the itchy trigger finger of Zedko very quickly. Quirts lines one up, but unfortunately it's him getting knocked down. Chiron at range. Means that it's just Beastic and Shock in a 2. Make that 1 on 5. And if Shock is to win this round, then I'll just go. I'll leave it here.
Alright, well, Shock does find at least a kill, but BETBOOM find the trade immediately afterwards. That's a 6-3 scoreline. Doubling up on their opponents. They also lost the first 2 rounds. It means BETBOOM have won 6 out of 7, cleaning up these gun rounds. The only round Sinners have won so far outside of the first 2 was when Beastic had that wonderful 1v3 clutch coming out of heaven, emerging out of the smoke. So that's not sustainable. They need more. What are you thinking as a baseline here for Sinners on their T side?
I mean, I was thinking 5, if I'm honest, up against a team like BETBOOM. They really do like a good T side, as was demonstrated quite aptly in the previous map. Even on Mirage, they were still looking menacing. They were very well oiled. They just couldn't win that last gunfight. But they did look like they had a lot of methodology to their madness, as Nafany now a little bit too high for a spam. The Sinners slip under him. And Quirts is the first man out with the bomb. And actually picks up a 2k. Nafany thankfully in the right position at the right time. The Sinners have positioned themselves for potentially a 4th round on the board off the back of this.
Oh, Zorte blasting that smoke open. Thankfully, nobody from the CT side offers himself up. Chiron, though, on his massive backstab, will eventually find a kill. Now he has to peek into Oscar, who's missed his shot. This is a big problem. It's only Zedko left remaining. The round was looking very good at 1.4 Sinners, and now Zedko has to clutch. Zorte waiting patiently to come through from Heaven. Zedko tucks himself out underneath Heaven, allowing to try and isolate the fight, but Chiron, even though he's isolated in the 1v1, doesn't care. He's up to 14 kills right now. At least double anybody on the server.
Okay, Chiron. Slow it down a bit there, fella. He is just decimating everyone who gets in his way. Multiple multi-frags of the Org. Yeah, clearly a little bit more busted than when we left it in Go. Look at him just farming here. It feels like the fire rate's been kept slightly increased too. Or maybe that's just Chiron making it look easy. Almost a full 300 damage there to find his 3 kills. BETBOOM find themselves onto 7, and Sinners really starting to lag behind. They were masterful on map 1. Even in the first half of Anubis, they look great, but it's such a far cry away at this point, Hayes. Have they let things slip out of their fingers again in an international competition?
It feels like it's sneaky. They were 4 rounds away from finishing off the job on Anubis. Now they're chasing the game by 4 rounds on this T side. 2 rounds left to play in the half. If they lose this one, there's no money, but they will get an opening kill on the Kingpin of Chiron.
And that's a very vital missed AWP shot from Zorta. It allows Sinners to retain their advantage and apply a boatload of pressure towards A. Nafany still good for 1 just about. And Zorta, you sneaky minx, ebbing through the smoke, gets away with another, but Zedko should now deny him much more. Lovely stuff there on his reposition, leaving Danis and Siren in a really tough ordeal, but that's the bomb denied. A minute left on the clock, there is still time for a recovery, but Beastic, look how low he is. Siren, does he push the smoke? Of course he does. So much confidence brimming on through, but will lose the fight to Zedko. It's down to the 1v1.
Danis avoids the flash. Zedko goes for the AWP, but it does not matter. Danis holds his ground. The rookie doing work right now for BETBOOM. No bomb plant for Sinners. That was denied at range from Danis initially. That should have been Sinners' round every day of the week, especially after they get that opening kill on Chiron. And they have a perfect read on the situation. They think, okay, we've killed Chiron bathrooms. That means there has to be space on the A bomb site. They look to claim that ground, but unfortunately they keep getting picked apart. Zorte was the first one coming from long, and then Danis does the work afterwards. And BETBOOM are putting Sinners to the sword.
Yeah, the Sinners have finally met their judgment day. As BETBOOM, this is their best map. They were always going to be a really tough team for this underdog to deal with. But it seemed like the miracle run was just about completing itself. That crazy win over 9 Pandas, the unexpected beating of Ecstatic. Ecstatic, a team that had beaten Virtus Pro within the past couple of weeks. But Chiron, a former member of that Virtus Pro squad, looking to try and make sure VP know what they're missing out on. 15-6 here against the Sinners. As he just keeps finding kills.
Yeah, he's doing so damn well. Where are the tack pauses though, Sneaky? Have we even seen a single one from Sinners so far on this T side? I'm not sure. Zedko does find an opening kill on this B bomb side. Needs to be more where that came from though. And there is
disadvantaged swing as Zedko and Shark hold on a moment, almost a collateral from the AWP. That nade might finish off Zedko too, but instead he's the man in the safe zone, at least temporarily, but nobody's safe from Zorta in the heavens. Nade flies over, and it will be enough to dispatch him. That's so unfortunate. Zorta looked like he was starting to cook something up there, but Zedko, a 4K required to put that round to an end. Finally, Sinners will recoup with 4.
Okay, well, here we go. 8-4 the halftime scoreline. Sinners able to just manage 2 gun rounds throughout that whole half. So thankfully for them, they won the pistol and the conversion. Sinners have won 4 out of 5 pistol rounds so far. Can they go 5 for 6? It feels like it's vitally important, right? If they lose this, 9-4 down, BETBOOM, they've been very good on their T sides as of late. They are now 5 rounds away from getting their first title as this team.
And it's not a shallow title either. It comes with a nice chunk of change. They've been looking to change the tides of the Tier 2 landscape at the moment, farming up a couple of tournaments whilst they can, finding as much experience as they can come this new version of the game. Chiron seems to be adapting pretty well. 15-7 is where he sits, over a 2 KD, and Chiron does it again. 16-7. As they continue charging forward, there is a crossfire in the bathroom. Siren does not anticipate it. Beasting, perfect for a double. He's been so good on these sidearms, but Danis even better. Apparently
disconnect.
Not, though. That's a disconnect. Oh, no.
Yeah, that's so brutal for BETBOOM, who now have to do it 4 versus 2. Oscar dispatches of another. It's only the king of Chiron left remaining, but he doesn't have much health. And Danis is reconnected, but unfortunately it's too little too late. He's going to have to watch this round from the sidelines as Chiron is looking for the clutch. And as I said, his health is a big problem right now. They know exactly where he's positioned, and the backstab from Dumpster will lead to his demise. Sinners do exactly what was required of them, and that's win that second half pistol. 5 out of 6 pistol rounds now going their way.
New requirement here for the likes of BETBOOM. Convert that second round. They've got the bomb down. They will be able to afford a buy. But unfortunately, before that happens, we'll have to live out a tech pause because poor old Dennis disconnects at the worst possible moment. I mean, he was actually... he put things into a 3v3 before he disconnected, didn't he?
4v3, I think. Because he got the trade. He killed the player left side bathroom, so he traded B-Stick, I think, then went 4v3 in favor of Sinners, then he DC'd, which left it 4v2. I'm pretty sure that was the series of events.
That's rough either way, though. I just saw his name in the kill feed and assumed... Well, I assumed the best for BETBOOM, but unfortunately it was the worst. As in the meantime, Oscar, his worst performance I think we've seen from him in the entire playoffs bracket, 3-11 right now. Although he has been put onto the CT side, and I anticipate this will be where he shines. As Danis, hopefully we're getting back in time for him to shine. This is not a good stage of the game, of the tournament, to be having disconnection issues. Now, I have been informed he is attempting to reconnect now. There we go. Back at it again. He is the second highest fragger on this BETBOOM side, so they need him now more than ever.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the silver lining, if you could find one, is it was always Sinners' pistol round to lose. They were in the driver's seat to get across the line. And if there is going to be a disconnect, better then than later on in the map. But Sinners have won a key round to keep themselves in the hunt and get the ball rolling on their CT side. They've opted for 5 rifles in the second round. Head armor across the board, always important after you win the pistol on the CT side. 3 MAC-10s, an AK, and a Galil. What's the call going to be out of Nafany?
Well, it better be a good one. And likely a fast one. You know, no strangers to BETBOOM, just going at a rocket's pace into these rounds. And this appears to be no exception, exactly that. Look at them overwhelming B-Stick here. Now, they don't know where B-Stick is, and please tell me somebody checks B-Stick's position. He's just hidden in a smoke and let all 5 players run past him. This could be so astronomical. But he decides to strike after only seeing 1.
Yeah, that's my concern. He only gets a single kill. This A bomb site could be under a lot of pressure right now. Oscar's been brought down incredibly low. Nafany's hunting for him. He finds that frag. It's a 3v3, and they know that B-Stick was in the backlines. I think that they're going to maybe try push down Dumpster to B. No, they do settle for the plant on Optimus. Not ideal post-plant positions here for BETBOOM. They know B-Stick's towards long here as well. He's going to get smoked off. This is a problem. There's no kit for the CT side.
There's no kit and only a single piece of retake utility left. It will be a smoke. They could maybe use it to land on the bomb. But they have to get to the bomb first, and that's going to be a tough endeavor. Zedko forcing out of bank, spots the shadow of Dennis on the swing. He's got support as well. Shot, the supporting rifler will land a kill. And I think there's enough time.
Yeah.
No, there's not enough time. There's not enough time. And that's a massive round for BETBOOM to be stealing away off the B-Stick. Seemingly had it all in his hands.
Yeah, I think he was a bit trigger shy there, to be honest with you. I think he should have tried to step out and get a multi. To only get 1 kill from that position wasn't enough. Sure, he gets all the info, so he was able to relay the info, and they rotated 2 players up, but you just feel like B-Stick needed to get a multi from that position. They run out of time on the retake. The bomb planted Optimus. Zedko realized, yeah, rather try head for the hills and save the gun. And that is a massive problem for Sinners, who are now down 9-5 on a 4 spy.
Yeah, this is scary stuff. No defuse kit on the Sinners side either, should we need to get down to another wire-like round. Scout on Oscar. He's definitely not been hitting the shots he was learning earlier in this series. The start of Mirage, prime Oscar. Everything since, very hit or miss.
Yeah, you're right, man.
Oh, okay, he does at least land that opener.
And Oscar's the most experienced player. He's the one with all the trophies behind him. He's the one that you expect to pitch up every day of the week in a grand final. You know, you need players like Oscar to take the pressure off players like Quirtz. That's where your stars are supposed to stand up and kind of give the rookies a bit more room in these sorts of high-pressure, high-octane situations. And this is a false sense of security for Oscar. He doesn't realize there's 2 players to the left. He will find a follow-up tag, though. Danis now applies the pressure up bathrooms. He's going to cross paths with Quirtz and wins a vital gunfight. Oscar continues to do damage. Is it going to be in vain, though? It does appear to be that way. 4v2, lots of damage done, but I don't even know if Sinners will attempt this.
Oh, if only they knew how low 3 of those 4 players were, they might have given it a shot to Zedko. He fails the fake drop. I don't think I've ever seen anyone miss the fake drop before.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's pretty indicative of how these last 2 rounds have gone for Sinners, right? Just
and
hit and a
not
miss.
just the past 2 rounds, but the past 3 halves of the series. Second half of Anubis and the 2 halves we've had here on Overpass. It's a great allegory for how difficult and challenging things have been and how pear-shaped things have gone for Sinners. Man, oh man, double digits for BETBOOM now, just 3 rounds away from finishing off the job and crowning themselves as the champions.
Just give me some more CT Mirage Sinners. That's what I'm craving right now, Hayes. That's what
They
I'm
were
sure
so
the
good.
audience wants to see.
They were so good.
Not what we want to see. They were so good, but Nafany and Zolta not looking too good right now, as I'm going to guess that's some sort of connection problem here. Hopefully that doesn't continue to plague the BETBOOM side. They had Dennis in the pistol. At least this one was after the round was over.
Yeah.
Sinners, this is an opportunity, if they have ever been given one, to breathe.
I think it's an intentional disconnection just to restart. It's not like they DC'd, of randomness. Either way. Something I wanted to bring up earlier. Do you remember when we were transitioning to CS2 and they released the first sort of, the first clips of the game, and everybody realized that you were going to be able to blow the smokes open and, shoot gaps through the smokes. Everyone lost their mind and thought it was going to completely break the game. And honestly, since we've actually gotten into the thick of things in CS2 and the competitive state of the game, I've been loving the new dynamic way the smoke grenades work. I really have.
Yeah, I completely agree. I love the way the smoke grenades work. Not a huge fan of some of the unpolished aspects of the new game. It's definitely grinding on the professional scene at the moment. What was it? Twist said recently after winning Thunderpick, he's still one of the best players in the world, but it's making it that little bit harder for him to win out his championship titles.
Then again, this is 1 month into the game, so it's, arguably the worst state it's going to be, and it's only going to get better from here. And there was a massive update released last night, which has certainly improved certain aspects of the game. So yeah, there's work being done. I think I saw a tweet that there's been 18 patches in the past 42 days.
Yeah, that's pretty good going for Valve. It's normally 18 patches in 42 years.
So it's good to see they're putting in the work. They're listening to the feedback. Floppy gave some good feedback as well that was implemented in this most recent update. So I like that Valve are listening to the professional players.
Yeah, I've heard murmurings of other maps slowly being worked on as well. I don't know how much I'm meant to say here. Oh, how dare you? How very dare you, Hayes?
Man, do you live in that nostalgia bubble? Are you one of them?
When you say nostalgia bubble, you have to realize that I'm a huge VP fan, and Cobble was like synonymous with them. And then also on top of that, I was like maybe Gold Nova 4 when Cobble was in the map pool, so I loved that thing.
If Cobble comes back into the pool before Train, then we need some lobotomies done, because I love Train as well.
Okay, there we go. Bring them both back at the same time, and then make everyone happy.
Listen. Just bring Train in for Vertigo, and then we have the best map pool that Counter-Strike has ever had, in my opinion.
Ooh, that's a hot take. The UK scene would not agree with you there.
Well,
the UK scene needs Vertigo so they can pug out. We're irrelevant. We just had Messi put onto Vitality. How dare you?
And it's coming from a South African as well, by the way. So that was an easy clap back.
Yeah. How's Nixer and Bravado doing down there?
Yeah, exactly. Names most people haven't heard of. We've got JT and TC, though. They are our claims to fame. Doing some phenomenal work over in Complexity at the moment.
And where have they been since?
Okay, all right. Listen, slow down. They haven't played much since then. They did phenomenally well at IEM Sydney.
All right. Yeah, that's fair. RIP Sonic. He was definitely one of my... Is he still playing, by the way?
No. He took a step back. He's been pugging and stuff lately. He lives in Canada at the moment. I think he's been playing with Steel and a few of those other well-recognized names in some ESEA competitions and stuff like that, but nothing serious. But he'll always have the itch. He'll always have the bug. And I wouldn't be completely surprised if we saw him come back. Remember, he even stood in for Complexity at one point when Holzerk wasn't able to play. And he did damn well as well.
He was farming. He was going wild.
Back into the game we go. Extended break is finished. BETBOOM, I love this. I love seeing a team move with pace after a prolonged break, looking to try and catch the defense napping. It is an eco around here for Sinners. Where's the AK? That's what I'm wondering. Zet's got it over towards bathrooms, and he's on the wrong side of the map, and it's a big false sense of security for Sinners over towards B.
Yeah, Sinners now getting pummeled with utility, but Beastic and Oscar, maybe they have the element of surprise here. Although Nafany is about to out-surprise the element of surprise. Kyron gets a Molotov frag after going down on the plant. This is a lot messier than it needed to be, it feels, for the likes of BETBOOM. Oscar still here, still unaccounted for. That's a freebie on Tenafany. That's a massive overstep. And also a rotation coming down from heaven means that Danists and Zorta are sandwiched. Honestly, I think the best solution here might be to fight for CT.
Yeah, they do have that option available. Look at Beastic, he's made his way through Monster Tunnel, and I love the position he's taken up here. Even though he only has a USP, he's going to have that element of surprise on his side, starts to creep his way forward, still undetected, waiting for his opportunity to pounce, although he doesn't instantly get the kill. Now it puts him on notice. Danist is desperately trying to find the fight, but his teammates are losing health left, right, and center. It's now all on Zorte. He's got 6 health and 2 opponents to contend with. Sinners on the brink of winning the eco, and that's exactly what they've done.
That is massive from Sinners. They get straight back into the game with this round victory. BETBOOM have enough of an economy because of the bomb plant to also try and bring a buy-in. Siren needs a drop desperately, but that's not going to be afforded over to him. As Sinners, they are not done fighting for this grand finals just yet. So many misplays there for BETBOOM. Why plant before you've cleared the site, especially when you know the Sinners are low on money?
Yeah, it's a huge dropping of the ball coming through there from BETBOOM. 3 rounds away, and on the flip side, a massive reprieve for Sinners. Winning that eco. Such an important way for them to make sure that BETBOOM aren't on the brink of winning the game, and it looks like they're going to be moving in towards that B side here once again. Oh, that's cute. I love that. The run boost to get ahead of the molly. Zetko's ahead of the game, but he can't make good of that position, unfortunately. Oh. No, well, at least it was only Siren who got damaged by that misnade, and none of his teammates were punished. Either way, BETBOOM do still lie in wait here outside of Monster Tunnel. A big exec coming through from them, all the utility raining in. There are 3 CTs on this B site right now. Siren leads the charge. Nobody spotted. Seeking refuge in the smokes right now are these players, and it's going to work out well for them. Eventually, Quotes is dealt with, but Zedko undetected. The drop down not heard. First frag found. Zorte realizes what's going on here. Going to try and find the trade, but he suffers the same fate. Zedko doing work right now. How on earth has he gotten 3 kills?
Just weaving around the smoke like a madman. So much confidence in his plays as Beastic now smokes himself into the depths of Monster, leaving Oscar to deal with the initial site aggression. They goes too deep to move that smoke out the way. Oscar, will he be enough here to buy time for Beastic's rotation? But they don't even know where he is yet. Although Kyron holding for this push will eventually dispatch of the most experienced player on Sinners. A misplay there as Kyron does not miss a trick. Beastic decapitated. And despite Zerko's incredible, near miraculous efforts, BETBOOM still get away with the round, and Sinners down by 5 with only 2 more required till BETBOOM take map 3.
Yeah, that's a calamity. That's a disaster of the highest order for Sinners. Look at their money. There's not much to speak of coming into this next round for the CT side. It's pots and pans they're going to have to piece together. Okay, scrap that. It's a lot better than Oh, this is the replay. Okay, I was thinking there's no ways they've got a full buy here, mate. What's going on? Either way, this is what I'm talking about. 3 pistols and M4 and AWP. They've gone all in. Lose this round. There's nothing to work with in the next, but they do find the opening kills.
Beastic down to 1 HP off the back of that kill on Tenafany. But BETBOOM at a sore disadvantage here. Shock, can he deliver anything further on just the 5.7? Such a pesky pistol. Busted as hell in this new iteration of the game. Not that it wasn't already, as Beastic busted out by Danists. And maybe this round is still doable, given the lack of weaponry on the boys in blue's side.
I'm just wondering why Beastix decided to hang around there. Not necessary at all, especially considering they've already got the 5v3. He was one of the players who had a favorable weapon to work with. Shock up close and personal with this 5.7 is going to get swung on by Siren, and he will come out on top of that engagement. Oscar finds a frag in the process, and it looks a whole lot better for Sinners as they continue to keep themselves in this final.
Sorta peering down, as he's got everything in his portfolio right now. He's got the AWP, he's got full util, Kevlar, the bomb, and 40 seconds to play with, but those 40 seconds might well be cut short, as look who it is again, the menace of Zedko. 20 in 10, a 2 KD, and Zorta, does he clear this corner? He does. That's a no-scope landed, but barely any damage done, and Zedko survives by the skin of his teeth, and AWP retrieved, and a monster round for Sinners. They do it on the force buy this time.
All right, well, there we go. Sinners continue to do the most right now. BETBOOM 2 rounds away from finishing off the job. They're now going to go for a force buy as well. Sinners, you cannot lose this 19th round. Win this 11-8, anti-eco 11-9. And the game is on at that point. 1xBet still not having much faith in Sinners. Oscar still needs to pitch up here, man. 8 kills, 5 for Quirts. It's all on Zedko and B-Stick right now, but they need their teammates to pitch up in the third and final map.
Oh no, Nafany's already found his counterpart in B-Stick. That's another rifle retrieved, and that makes the mission of Sinners all that bit harder. Flashes raining on through, and they choose B again. So much success netted in these opening duels constantly, as Nafany finds another with that retrieved rifle. Zorta charging forward, a 1v onto Zedko. It's all up to Oscar in the 1v4, and I've seen him clutch up rounds like this before, but he's not a scratch on what he was in the earlier stages of this grand finals. And I think this just has to be the save call. Sinners backed up against the wall. Another 5-round deficit.
And the problem is they've got no round loss bonus behind them. They're going to get $1,400, if I'm not mistaken, injected into their accounts. And it's going to be map and series point, tournament point for BETBOOM going into this next round. Off the back of the force buy, nonetheless, they only lose a single player. Diabolical from Sinners. They just haven't been able to convert these must-win rounds, these rounds where they've had significant advantages. And that could cost them everything, from being up 9-4 and 4 rounds away from winning the game on Anubis, to now facing up 5 series points for BETBOOM. Could this be the moment? Is this where we draw the curtains closed?
I don't want it to end, Hayes. It feels a little premature. Sinners just haven't really been showing up to their maximum capacity in the second half. Oscar dropped out on the floor in front of him, as he really desperately needs to avoid getting dropped on the opening frag as well. There is a scant buy, to say the least, for our defenders as BETBOOM looking for their first title as a team.
All right, well, Oscar's got the one key gun to work with in the round, and he has been dispatched off. He was far too forward susceptible to the flash push, and that's exactly what happens. Nafany claims the scalp. 4 versus 5 for Sinners to try and stay alive.
And this is what it all comes down to. It looks like BETBOOM want to execute on towards A, smoke towards the stairs, another to the bank as a flash thrown by Quirts in an attempt to alleviate the pressure, but blinds himself. Chiron forces forward, but Quirts does double up somehow. Nafany tapping away as Zorta takes presence on the site itself, but it's the IGL to again find a crucial frag. 2v3 for B-Stick and Shock, and B-Stick is just on a sidearm.
My god, it is actually happening. Shock and B-Stick to try to save the day here for Sinners and keep their heads above the water. BETBOOM doing the most to try and drown them out. Shock segregated by a smoke. Nafany waits on the opposite side, but as it fades, he turns his attention and he gets the kill. And now it's all on B-Stick with a Desert Eagle, but he doesn't have a hope in hell. And there we go, BETBOOM have done it. They're the champions of the CCT Central Europe Series 8 in 2-1 fashion after getting devastated on their own map pick. They come back on the second and the third as well, and they've done it all.
A huge congratulations there to the likes of BETBOOM. They will be our final winners of that they go out in this fashion. It feels like a flame extinguished. Hopefully Sinners take this as a lesson, but how many more lessons do they need to be taught before they can finally close out on another victory?
Oh my goodness, they were 4 rounds away at one point on Anubis, leading 9-4. They did not win another round thereafter. And I just want to commend the resolve from BETBOOM. The mental fortitude on display in this series has just been mega. They got destroyed on their map pick. I say destroyed, at least in terms of the scoreline. I mean, the rounds were close, the rounds that they were losing. But to come back after losing on Mirage the way that they did, to keep faith in their systems, to keep faith in their protocols, everything goes according to plan thereafter. Even once they were down 9-4, again, we saw that resolve and that mental fortitude coming through from them to fight back and win that map, and they never looked back on Overpass.
Yeah, and what a victory there for BETBOOM. Again, Nafany, the fragging IGL. Apparently that's exactly what we need in this new meta. And AWP's not quite obsolete just yet. Zorta had quite a few nice moments, even if he wasn't AWPing all that much on our third and final.
Yeah.
And on the flip side, Oscar not really making that big green sing. It was quite an unfortunate affair.
Well, I got a question for you, Sneaky. Who's your MVP of that grand final?
It's got to be Nafany, right, for his consistency.
That's what I'm thinking. I mean, even just for the playoffs in general, you've got to say Nafany. Look at the run here from BETBOOM. 2-1 against Eyeballers, 2-1 against Bait, 2-0 Arcred, the easiest of the lot, and then another 2-1 victory, a 3-mapper to get the grand final done. And Nafany has just been insane throughout, but you can't discount Chiron's efforts as well.
No, you certainly can't. Chiron was massive, especially in that third and final map, just farming up frag after frag. Even on Anubis, he was going nuclear. Him and that Org are a deadly combo. Yeah, I hope they don't nerf it because Chiron is living the dream right now. Oh yeah, here he is again. Chiron opening up onto Shock. We've got a couple of replays lined up for you here as Oscar. That's what I wanted to see. That kill, fully blinded, just going for the repeat, praying he lands the kill. Yeah, that was basically what spiraled Sinners into the first 4 or so rounds, and then they just kept on going. And that's why I am so sad we never got to see a replication of that performance outside of maybe first half Anubis.
Honestly, that CT side out of Sinners is one of the best CT sides I've seen on Mirage and CS2. It's not like it was an easy CT side where all the kills were going their way. The way they kept up with the pace of BETBOOM and were able to win those rounds out, leading 8-1 at one point, was just phenomenal from Sinners. And then they finished off the job on their T side. And then on Anubis, they were leading 9-4 and it all fell apart from there. You'll see as the highlights continue, more and more of them are going to be featuring the BETBOOM players.
Yeah, as much as there was a couple of nifty plays in there, this
huge.
3K from Siren, he was boxed in
3v3
in a crossfire, and he still gets away with all 3 of them. Siren as well, we may as well throw his name into the hat. He had some amazing rounds on Anubis, and he might not have finished with the highest scoreline, but he was certainly a very impactful player. But yeah, I feel like these highlights just solidify my decision that Nafany is my MVP of this grand finals for sure.
Yeah, even just the playoffs, like I said, even if we just extrapolate it, right, you got to say, I'd say the MVP across the board, Danist, he gets his second title as a player after winning the win line inside Season 3. I would say winning this event is a lot more meaningful than that one. The rookie is going to get a big title here, and that's going to be a massive boost for his confidence and as a team for BETBOOM as well, right? They've just been in such good form. They've got so much momentum behind them. And they fully deserve this victory here.
Yeah, they needed it, man, because this, again, was the amalgamation of 3 complete failures in the playoffs of CCT. They have come 16th 3 times. That is dead last in the playoffs bracket after always been invited. And they've been, I think, a top 20 team in the world for the majority of those invite stints. So now that they've finally converted one, finally solidifying themselves as a dangerous team in what I'd say.
This entire series, to watch all of the Central Europe series, I can't believe we've finally ended the journey. In fact, there's only 1 online series left remaining. I'm not talking about the online finals, but the online series that form part of the circuits itself. We've only got the East Europe Series 4 that's still in continuation, and once that's done, that's the end of the road. It's only the 2 online finals left, and then the global finals at the start of next year, Sneaky. It's been one crazy year, hasn't it?
It certainly has been, and I mean, yeah, I still can't say too much, but as my own casting journey comes to an end for a little while, Hayes, this has been a special grand finals. It's been a pleasure sharing it with you, and I've had a lot of fun today, as I have done for the rest of the week as well. It's been a really nice send-off for both this iteration of CCT and for my year as a contracted caster for it. So thank you, Hayes, for being here. It's been lovely to have you again. And always a pleasure working with you.
Oh, absolutely, mate. It's been a lot of fun, and I think that's the part that we've... it's been a big highlight for me as well. I've just loved working with CCT in general and getting to cover all these events. It has been a pleasure and a privilege, and the fact that it is coming to an end is certainly going to be a sore spot. But guys, thank you so much to everybody who's joined us, everybody who's stuck around, and like I said, there is still the East Europe series to be completed, so don't worry too much. We're still keeping you guys covered for now, but this is the end of the journey here in Central Europe and the end of the journey for tonight as well. Like I said, thank you for joining us. Shout out to the production, the admins, the observers, the players, you guys at home, and our colleagues as well who aren't featuring on this particular broadcast but have been putting all the reps. Guys, all the love in the world. Thank you so much. We're going to bid you farewell, and we'll catch you again next time.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Watch the matches with BO3.GG, the official stats partner of CCT. Check out AI-powered predictions in live matches. Get access to live scoreboards packed with in-depth weapons and grenade statistics. Check out round maps in the match results. Extend your game vision with BO3.GG.
Yo, what are you doing?
Exhibit.
What do you think? I'm a paperclip? It's Mr. X to the Z. You need to quit browsing like a lame and get Opera GX. Because with GX mods, you can pimp your motherfucking browser. All you gotta do is click here, select the mod, and boom! New look, new sounds, new everything. It's not easy being a legend. Oh, shit. Not again. Change the mod now. Download Opera GX.